Greetings, sentient beings. This broadcast is not intended for children. There will be strong language and adult themes.
Now all we got to do is get adults on the behind the microphone. Say,
Nah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So for today, we're going to reach and try and hopefully I don't fuck this up and alienate our friends north of the border. I'm still trying to get them to annex Minnesota.
Well, isn't Trump trying to annex Canada?
Yeah,
The great state of Canada. Yeah.
But yes, today is the anniversary of the day that the Statute of Westminster passed, which was basically a British law that pretty much granted Canada their independence and, you know, gave their own parliament powers for
When was that passed?
1930 something. What was
1931.
Yeah,
The Statute of
1931.
the Parliament of the United Kingdom has affected the equality of Britain and then in domains of Canada, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, and Ireland, and Newfoundland.
Yep.
Yeah, they still kiss up to that guy who calls himself king.
Yeah, but basically this was to give the Commonwealth countries the ability to self-rule without the Crown directly getting involved.
Yeah, but they're still loyal to her. That.
Yeah, King Chucky.
Yeah, Chucky. King Chuck.
Is that Chuck?
Well, they were loyal to the Queen. They're not really big on the King.
No.
You know, yeah, King Chuck is doing a lot to push the idea of maybe we should get rid of the monarchy after all.
Yeah. But if Charles is Chuck, what would Ned be in a normal name?
Ned.
Really?
They could make Buckingham Palace into like apartments.
Yeah, use Buckingham Palace to house the homeless.
Or actually, Ned's actually short for Edward, but no.
No, I'm not Ned.
Nobody knows why, but yes, that's it. That's true. My dad was a Ned. Well, no, my grandpa was Ned. My dad was a Corky.
Okay, so. Ned is short for Edward, like Bob is short for Richard.
Ted is always also short for Edward. Ted.
Yeah. It's also shortened used for Edmund, Edgar, and Edwin. So obviously all those Eds are Ned.
Just call it Ned. I took it because it is the three first letters of the Netherlands, but then in Dutch, Nederland.
I don't even want to talk about this crap anymore. I've just got a bad attitude.
Bad attitude.
Well, how about we go to people in the chat here? We got What's Back, who showed up really early and might not even be here anymore. This Jenni Morgan person, I don't know who that is. Greg Hartwick and Demon Orb.
No, I was -12.
I did send back a link to join if he comes back here.
We got the Molly rolling on her back, playing with one of her chew toys.
Molly.
Yep. I have Sammy-san on my leg, and Ethan is on the back of the chair above my head.
I've got my bath towel in my lap because then I put it around my shoulders and I stay warmer.
Yep, I'm under a blanket and my Snuggie here.
It's actually warm today.
Yeah, Lone Wanderer gave me the Snuggie while I was still living in Michigan, so that was at least 5 years ago.
Temperature isn't here today.
Still been using it every year.
You have to excuse me for a while because I smell fresh baked bread and
ooh,
I think my oven is ready.
Well, that's a good reason to be distracted.
Yep.
Yeah. I will mute myself and be right back.
It is -8 here today.
What's it here? Let's see here. Weather. It is, looks like 70 here. It's pretty decent. It was raining too.
You're -8, Jenny?
Yep. I wouldn't lie.
Well, yeah. Right now we're hovering just around 0, but with wind chill it's about 20 below.
Really? It's 0 there?
Yep.
As in Celsius?
No, Fahrenheit.
No shit. Wow.
Yeah, that's I just pulled up Weather Underground since you were mentioning it. So, yep, it says our current temperature is 0. Feels like -21.
No, thank you.
Incredible. Yeah, you're right. -14. Well, I'm glad I'm on this side of the front.
Yeah, I wonder how much of a difference it makes that if I check Sauk Rapids, which is just on the other side of the river, whether or not that makes any difference in breaking up the weather patterns. Yeah, I haven't looked, but yeah, St. Cloud's on the Sauk River, but it's only like something like 40, 50 miles south of us that it merges into the Mississippi.
Kelvin is here? Where is he? Kelvin, where are you? I haven't seen you in a long time. Answer.
Kelvin is always so cold.
Cold fish, that's what they called me.
Well, it's supposed to get cold tonight, like down to 0, and then kind of cold tomorrow, maybe up to 10. But after that, it's going to be in the 30s, and then the mid-30s, and then maybe the 40s.
Yeah, over the summer, my building did replace the boilers, so the heating system is working better than it did last year. But unfortunately, there's still quite a draft around the windows, and there isn't anything I can really do about that.
We'll get some of that plastic stuff.
Yeah, you know how long that lasts with cats? By the time I get it put on the second window, the first window will be shredded.
I was thinking plexiglass, but okay.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I had thought about that. But, well, that stuff's kind of pricey. I just don't have the money for it.
Yeah, that would be expensive.
But, yeah, I had thought about solid plexiglass panels that I could put up with magnetic strips because I've got a metal window frame.
That's what I was thinking about putting on the outside of my windows for hurricane shutters.
Mm-hmm.
Something I can put up permanently.
To be truly effective, you'd have to put in like 1/4 to 3/8 inch Lexan, and that's going to be a couple hundred a window.
Yeah, they're it's expensive. Any shutters I put is going to be friggin' expensive. That's the reason why I don't have anything on my windows. I just kind of grit my teeth and hope for the best each time.
Yeah.
Well, since you do have a bit of warning for hurricanes, have you considered just old-fashioned wood shutters?
I consider that. Even the wood's expensive.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to do something. If I can figure something out, I can put up. I've seen these clear corrugated shutters that you can cut the size and put over windows. I might look into that.
I hadn't thought of that actually. Yeah, you look into the corrugated roofing panels. That you can get those that are translucent. And
when I bought my house, it came with shutters, but they were so old and so rotten that I had to put to remove them. I said, still after 42 years, I still have to make new ones.
Yeah.
But they are quite normal at the coast here where I live.
Yeah, at least I want to get my back windows in my bedroom and my computer room here covered.
Yeah, just get something so there's more resistance from the high winds throwing something through the window.
Yeah, and the front probably needs some stuff too. I have 2 big windows in the front, but the biggest window in the front, I have a bunch of stuff growing in front of it as a blockade.
Then the stuff which is growing in front of it can break your windows, like this.
Orla, I did not know that you got tornadoes in the UK.
In the UK?
Yeah.
I knew that they happened there. I didn't think that they were very, very frequent.
We call in here in Holland, we call tornadoes, we call them windhoos. That's loosely translated as windsock.
Vintos.
Yeah, windsock.
Okay.
Hose. Pantyhose, that stuff. Windhose. Windsock.
But Wintos.
Like lederhosen.
Okay.
Lederhosen is leather hosen.
Yeah.
That was our educational portion of the day.
Yeah.
Lederhosen. Lederhosen and bratwurst.
Yeah, lederhosen just never caught on in the U.S.
And the German motto when you see young people going through town, it is 1, 2, 3, saufen.
You might want to check with the oh shit, what was that? Damn it. I hate it when stuff drops out of my head. I'll try it again later.
Was it
It's
something
always-
about lederhosen?
Yeah, it's always if you are in some
Probably, but I can't remember.
if you're at some outside terrace, where people sitting in front of a restaurant or a bar, you can always tell if they're Germans. You only have to say 1, 2, 3, and then they all scream saufen. It means 1, 2, 3, drink.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's Germany.
Does everybody in Germany smoke?
I don't know.
I heard they have a real high percentage.
9 sprechen Sie Deutsch.
Deutsch. Deutsch, actually.
My first German words were mein Deutsch ist verdammt scheiße, or my German is damn shit.
Yeah, mine is roughly, I don't speak German, but I know I butcher it bad enough to really drive the point home, so. It's the total extent of my foreign languages. I can say I don't understand you in 7 languages.
It's very wise.
Don't worry, not happening.
Orla, I don't worry about you because you are just one of the most capable, tough-minded women I've ever met online here. You're amazing. And I would love to come and share knives with you sometime.
Hey, Mage, what was that? A mermaid convention?
My Python. Eric the Viking.
Ah,
And
Ember is here.
and if you over the Netherlands in 300 years,
Can't ich bitten auf die Toilette essen?
kann ich bitte auf den Toilette essen?
I assume that means where's the bathroom?
No, that means can I eat on the toilet?
Oh,
Lost in translation there, I think. Got the translation a little bit wrong there, huh?
and Tsumami
Pinkel auf dich.
and Jeff C. I don't know who Jeff C. is. This a friend of somebody here?
I don't know. What? Hello. I don't know. I did post on Blue Sky and on Twitter out in the public, so who knows?
Yep.
Maybe we came in from there.
Yeah, I posted it on Blue Sky as well, so might have some people that have recently followed me there that I haven't gotten to know yet.
Well, welcome to the show, Jeff. We're here and we just shoot the shit and have some fun, and sometimes we actually get serious and talk like we know stuff. So
Yeah.
glad you're here. Feel free to jump in and make comment, and we'll have a good time. And if you want to insult us, that's okay too. But then you have to leave afterward.
Oh, hey, Bub.
We know what we're talking about, and it ain't much.
Bub started reading a book about the dinosaurs in Genesis. So anyone who missed it should go back and see that. But he didn't get through the whole book, so there's obviously going to be a couple more parts to that one.
Yeah. But you don't need to read Genesis. Just watch the Flintstones.
Yeah, well,
of course.
Yeah,
you know everything.
It's just fun to laugh at how somebody can get the science so badly wrong.
Yeah. Didn't you know the Flintstones was a documentary?
Yeah, absolutely.
One chapter at a time. Okay, so how many chapters are there?
Are the Flintstones?
I can't count that high.
No, the book that Bub's reading.
Oh.
It's tedious and I want to cry reading it. Yeah. Okay, Orwell.
Every time
Making your own hair masks. What are you trying to do a Bigfoot disguise? I don't get what hair masks are.
Things to put on your hair to make it look pretty.
Oh, and Heathen Grandma?
No idea.
$30 since the birth of I'm a gamer, huh? It's got to be longer than that, doesn't it? No, I guess it really, no. Yeah, it does.
Well,
yes,
since
Pro.
the PS5, though. So yeah, the first PlayStation came out probably at least a decade before that.
Yeah, about 30 years sounds about right for the first PlayStation.
Yeah, I was just thinking back. It's been 40 years since I got my first desktop computer. 40 fucking years. Wow.
Oh, okay.
And there's still people who don't know how to set their VCR. Good Lord.
Thinking
That's why
about
Trump won.
it's been about
That's
40
why
years.
Trump won.
Oh.
I just realized it. All those people who voted for Trump are people who can't set their VCRs.
Nobody can set their VCRs.
Nobody
That's
knows
why
what the
we had
VCR is.
DVDs, because nobody could figure out VCRs.
That's why they went to DVDs. Yeah, you're right.
Okay, Heathen Granny says the PS1 came out in 1994.
Sounds
So,
about
yeah.
right.
Well, that's I figured that the game consoles.
Hi, Sumami. Kiss, kiss. Actually, Jinzu, I do still have a VCR. Because one of the things I used to do, was to transfer files from VCRs to DVDs, or to cut clips out for films or something that I was making. So I had to have one, and I still have it. It was in really good shape, so why get rid of it? You never
My
know
dad
when
had-
you're gonna need it.
My dad had a thing that had both VCR and DVD, so you could transfer her from VCR to DVD.
Mm-hmm.
It's built
Yeah.
in.
I still have a VCR in the closet just because I also have one of those things that I can play VCR tapes and digitize them into the computer.
I came out of the closet and the VCR went in.
Oh, you almost made me spray the iced tea through my nose.
Oh God, I'm glad you said nose. Jeez.
But be very careful when you copy DVDs of things that are owned by Sony, because they all, up to a certain year, they all had a virus on it to prevent you from copying.
I didn't know about the virus.
There was no virus.
There were all sorts
they
of
were just
copyright protections.
chained up. That's all.
Yeah, you can rip from him DVDs and stuff if there's no virus. Yes, but they try and encode it, so the encoding thing you need something to unlock that.
The VCR makers and the media elite sat down and came to an agreement on what system they will use, that the VCRs get built into them, and what the tapes will have encoded on them to make them not copy.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of the same way as that they can check what zone you're in or what part of the world.
And you can still get around it.
Yep.
Yeah, actually, I had it may have been the first DVD player I had was in Apex, I think. And it was a cheap one, but it leaked out on the internet that those particular VCRs that they had it was in there like for the for troubleshooting the code, and they hadn't taken it out. So there was a way that you could get the DVD player to ignore the region code.
Yeah, you can
And
also
I tried it, and it actually worked. And I was actually able to play DVDs from Singapore on it.
You can get region-free DVD players or Blu-ray players nowadays.
Singapore. What were you watching from Singapore?
Pirated discs of the original Transformers.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe you were watching Ladyboy stuff. I'm sorry. Oh, no, that's Thailand. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Jeez, I blamed the wrong country.
Well, that's not blaming them. That's giving them credit. That's,
Hey, how about this Syria thing? I don't know the details. I would love to hear somebody explain it to me like I'm 5 years old.
I haven't followed the story, so...
Yeah, I just know that the government has been overthrown. I don't know about the people who are taking charge now.
Where did that happen?
Syria. Assad was bounced out.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
just in the last couple of days.
They're doing the same stuff as what they were doing with the what was his name? Saddam Hussein statues and the Lenin statues when communism was lifted, and that's what they do.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, if at some point I will tear down any statue of Donald Trump I see. He seems like the kind of guy who could pay people to put up a whole bunch of them for him.
Gold-plated, no less.
Yeah, put my picture on that freeway bridge. And
have you seen Ivy's meme about the hole in the gang wall? That's the Trump gang.
No, yeah. I did see that. Coffee.
Heathen Granny asked, does anyone like ladyboys?
Maybe some Mr. Girls.
Okay, is there a difference between ladyboys and femboys, or is that the same thing?
I always heard ladyboys referred to transsexual is the word in the day. People or women, and I don't know if it means only this or only that. And, you know, are people who have not had any bottom surgery called something else? I do not know. It's a different culture I have no knowledge about.
Yeah, I'm not clear on a lot of the terms yet.
Just as trying to read a manual in a different language.
Try to read it in my language. I know.
What, something along those lines?
Oh, hold on. Got to read this. Got to blow it up. Give me a moment. God damn it! Don't take it away.
I didn't take it away. I blew it up.
Boom.
I didn't even hear the explosion.
Boom.
Okay, it says, if you want to look like a girl, sound like a girl, be called a girl, and hang out with a bunch of girls, you're probably a girl.
You know, I've been thinking periodically that I was in a conversation that triggered me to think about this stuff. And I was trying to think back to what my life was pre-transition,
Mm-hmm.
and what it was like to be a guy was the topic of discussion. And I realized that I only spent 6 years as an adult male. And I have spent 45 years as an adult woman. What the fuck do I know about being a guy?
Well, here's another one. I'm sure you like.
Yeah.
Oh, I have to see something.
Visualizing in the mirror the man I want to become.
In
Yeah,
Tracer from Overwatch.
Oh, that's an actual character of some sort?
Yeah, it's from a game called Overwatch. The character's name's Tracer.
Yeah, that's like everybody wants to be a cute anime girl.
Yep.
I have one in my head.
I was actually thinking about doing a show on that topic about, for trans people, how do you talk about, your own past before you transitioned?
I think that's an interesting question because I think it changes as you go. I know it has for me.
Yeah, it's something I was thinking of getting just a panel of trans people together to do a discussion on.
Well, I remember Diana used to refer to her dead name in the third person.
Mm-hmm.
And it took a while to get used to hearing it. When I was, how do I want to say it, advanced long enough, transition time, that I felt comfortable calling myself a woman. I had trouble not referring to my new name, but forgetting the old name. Not responding to it if somebody randomly says that name out loud. That was difficult.
Yeah.
I can see why.
The hardest was trying to explain or talk in general about my life experiences before transition, because I just could not refer to myself as a boy or a man. I couldn't do it in my heart, and to this day I don't.
Well, that's what kind of brought it up to me.
I refer to myself as a girl when I talk about my childhood, because in my head I was. So that's where it goes.
Well, that's what brought it up to me, because I've had several times that it's like I start telling a story about something that, happened to me. I mean, I had to go 50 years before I could start transitioning. So I start telling something that's like, a funny anecdote, and I realize that, it's not going to mean anything to people if they don't realize I was presenting male when this happened. And it's like, I don't want to keep pointing that out all the time, but most of my past isn't going to make sense without it.
Yeah. I hate the one where the haters come in and say, To paraphrase, how can you trust who you think you are? You are all confused. You all admit to being confused, and they don't realize that we were confused about all of that stuff that you're pointing to. We're not confused about ourselves now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'll take that one. Put that in my collection.
I like this artist too.
Uh,
The one who
this
draws
is,
this
I believe,
character.
actually this is a character from an anime manga.
Oh, is it?
I don't remember the name of it right off the top of my head.
Okay, yeah, I've seen an awful lot of trans memes with this character.
I haven't looked into the manga yet, so I don't know the story behind it. So, but yeah, I saw a bunch of trans memes with this character too. And this one was off of somebody calling themselves Egg on Reddit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But apparently their name they want to go with is Evelyn because they had this one too. So I thought it was kind of useful.
Let me see that one.
I'm scared my parents won't support me if I ever come out and feel more and more like I can't be myself. The more I learn about my home state. Can you guys call me Evelyn and give me some affirmations in the comments, please?
Oh God, that's so sad.
Yeah.
Well, Evelyn, you're welcome here if you ever come by and see this.
Well, why don't you post that on Reddit? Oh well, no, we don't.
This I got it from off of Reddit.
Yeah, I've never created a Reddit account.
I'm just saying that if you post an invite, then we've exposed the show and an invitation to all these horrible people that are on Reddit also.
No, they seem to be pretty supportive in the comments section of where I got that from, so I imagine it's be okay.
Okay, well, your judgment.
Besides, we're already exposing ourselves to people who be against trans people all the time by posting in the links on Twitter.
Yeah, I don't understand how Reddit works, but it seems that they do have better moderation. You know, that people who go on there just to post hateful comments don't seem to stay very long.
Mage, send me all three of those.
I'll send you a whole bunch.
Okay.
I'll put them in DM in the MidAmerican DM thing.
I have been on Reddit for 10 years and I still don't know how to navigate it.
It is weird. I don't know everything about it, but I know enough. I don't really want to know anymore.
Yeah, it seems Reddit's kind of a mixed bag. It just kind of depends, you know, which of the subgroups on Reddit you bother to read. Actually, I made a post on Blue Sky last night. I just said I want a girlfriend. I've got estrogen and a gallon of pickles.
All right, there's all the images I grabbed from that Redditor on the DM for you, Jenny.
I'm sorry, Mage. I was distracted.
I just posted all the images I grabbed from that Redditor on the DM group for you, Jenny.
Great, thank you. Hey, Mrs. Heathen. Yes, you're right. I mean, you follow stuff. Mega does want to make us detransition.
Yep.
It's not going to be simple for them. I mean, they can certainly do it, but estrogens of various types are used heavily in treating cancer, menopause, osteoporosis,
yep,
and those sort of things. So they can't just put a blanket ban on it. They're going to have to be very specific, and there's going to be gaps. For example, I have osteoporosis, and one of the reasons I have that is because I am trans, and my hormones have been fucked up for a long time, and they have a lot to do with bone production. And I suspect I'm not the only trans woman out there. And so I require the estradiol so that my bones don't break randomly. So, you know, how are they going to deal with me versus somebody who doesn't have osteoporosis?
Well, just for the
Yeah, it's
record,
something they don't realize, that pretty much everything that is used for gender affirming care was developed for us cis people, and they only found out later that, oh, hey, it can also do this.
yeah, like I said, I know somebody who does hormone therapy not for transitioning reasons, but just because they have other problems that they need it for.
Yes.
And
Yes,
just for
and it's not just menopause.
and just for anybody who knows, the gender won't change just because they're not getting in gender affirming care. They'll just increase these depression and suicide rates. Thanks a lot.
Amber,
Well,
I'm afraid you're
unfortunately,
right.
Republicans would consider increasing the suicide rate a win.
Probably.
I don't remember if we discussed this last week, if it had come out yet or not. The Republicans have, or the Trump bastards have come out with a document and a bill. The bill is to ban the use of gender change on passports. So, in other words, I
Yeah.
believe the way certain you are going to be required to get a renewed passport with your old gender on it, based on your birth certificate. And along with that document, they got this lovely little glossary of terms, which is not what they call it, but that's what I call it. And they go through and they define what's a man, what's a woman, what's a gender, what's blah, 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 blah. And basically have written it so that trans people do not exist. And that's the first step to genocide and eradication.
Oh, and rich people, seeing as we're at the point where shooting CEOs is maybe increasing mental instability isn't such a great idea.
How so?
Just a warning for them. I mean, that might not be that might be a good idea for them.
Yep.
Oh, and that's what, yeah.
Hey, Faith. Yeah, well, the Republicans had talked openly about removing women's right to vote. And yet, how many women still voted for Trump?
Let's see, white women, I believe it was around 53%.
Yeah,
Like that.
so it was about half of them, even after they openly talked about taking away one of their rights.
Mm-hmm.
And even after the whole Roe versus Wade thing, and that clearly, the maternity death rate has gone up in all the states that passed restrictive abortion bans and all this. And it's like, why did these women vote for him? I can't get it.
Because women have been trained for millennia on their role as being submissive and homemaker and mommy and all these things, not professional women, not women out in society on their own in any way, shape, or form. And so it's ingrained in a lot of older women, especially, to do whatever the big guy says. And so they do. Okay, I'll vote for you because I'll do anything you say, Donnie.
Okay, let's see here. Out of sample sizes for Fox News, there's 119,967 representatives. It was 55% men, 46% women. And for Trump, and non-binary other was 21%. And when you break it down to, let's see here, white was 56%, African American or black 16%, Latino Hispanic 43%, other 41%. Let's see here, white or non-white, 56% white, non-white was 32% for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
White men 60%, white women 53%. That's where I got the number from. Black men 25%, black women 10%, Latino men 48%. Latino women, 39%. Other was 38%. And it keeps going on.
So Ember's saying she got her passport back in only 23 days. So, anybody who's trying to do it, you still have a bit over a month before Trump gets sworn in. And
Well,
then it's going to take a while before they can start making the changes. So yeah, get that stuff, get all your paperwork done now before they can start changing things.
What about Republicans? I always compare them with dogs.
Nothing applies to them.
Like people who starve their dogs to death, but the dog will still, even if it's almost dead, it will still defend its owner.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
That's
unfortunately very sad.
exactly what the Republicans are doing.
Yep. Hey, Tori. So we're getting some people who, Grow Faith followed me over here from Linda's channel. Apostle Babe Linda James. Yeah, Commander's got it right. Mostly they're doing it because that's what the evangelicals push.
Evangelicals.
Yeah.
Evangelicals.
Yeah, so they're voting based on what their preacher told them to do.
Yep, they go every Sunday. They go to church to get their weekly update of their brainwashing. It's like a software update.
Well, yeah, they got to keep maintaining it because, if they go too long without refreshing the process, they might start thinking for themselves.
Yeah. That's how people in the Netherlands are becoming more and more atheistic because they stopped going to the church. So the updates don't come anymore, and then suddenly they don't care anymore.
I don't know if he tastes like McDonald's, but when he does finally pass on, the mortuary won't have to add any formaldehyde or anything. He's so well preserved with that crap.
Once I had this short chat with someone on Twitter. He said, "What do we do if Trump dies?" So we just bury him on this beside his first wife on his golf course, and just let it rot away.
And then we end up with President Vance.
Yeah, unfortunately.
And he's worse. I believe he's worse.
Well, yeah, that would mean he's been promoted to CEO.
CEO of what?
CEO.
Yeah, of what?
It doesn't matter. He's a CEO.
Oh, okay.
Well, basically, he'd be CEO of the country. But yeah, that's.
I'm trying to stay out of trouble with the NSA and the CIA and the FBI. So
right.
Don't push me, Ned.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure we're already on the watch list.
I somehow hope that there will be an outbreak of some disease, and they refuse to vaccinate themselves, and then suddenly the problem will solve itself.
Well, unfortunately, if they refuse, it'll probably just cause those other people to get unalived as well, along with the
especially the elderly and people with compromised immunity things.
And they'll probably not avoid. They'll probably won't get any kind of vaccines if another outbreak does come out. We're probably really screwed if we do get another pandemic because of all the anti-science, anti-medical things.
Not a pandemic, a small epidemic, mainly under the Trump administration.
Yeah.
Perhaps we can design some thing that only hits dumb Republicans.
I don't think it'll work.
And Granny says J.D. Vance wants to make sure women are having babies. And yeah, the Republicans have a very weird obsession with women's fertility.
Oh, and since we mentioned the pandemic, just remember Obama installed a pandemic response team aimed to handle exactly that sort of situation that Trump dismantled.
Yep.
Oh.
Okay, on the bright side, while Trump says he wants to dismantle a lot of government agencies, most of them he can't. Because even though the Republicans have a majority in Congress, to actually dismantle most of these government agencies would require a 2/3 majority vote in Congress.
Unless they
So the
change that.
Huh?
Unless they change that.
And I bet they are planning on it.
Well, I think to change that would also require a 2/3 vote in Congress.
This is just how they word it, because they are very good in twisting the words and putting the stuff in really large letters what they don't mean, and then in the bottom of the 285,000 pages there is the real meaning of what they do. So
yeah, well, and unfortunately the Supreme Court is supposed to prevent just that kind of thing, but yeah, we know we can't count on that.
Yeah, it's not
Orla, what is section 230?
Is anyone supposed to know that?
Yeah, we'll have to wait for Orla to explain what it is. I don't know.
I suspect somebody in the UK knows what it is.
I know what section 9 is. It's something from Ghost in the Shell or something, an anime series. Police force called section 9.
Let's see here, Department of Justice review of section 230, the Communication and Decency Act of 1996. Okay. As part of the President Executive Order preventing online censorship. This whole thing they're trying to take away our ability, our freedom to speak online. From the people who are all pro free speech.
Yep.
Yeah, well, get rid of that porn. The evangelicals say so.
Actually, Ned, I was thinking that section 9 was from the Jackie Chan cartoons.
Oh, that I don't know.
Yeah, that it was the government department that tried to keep all the magical items locked up so they could keep pretending that magic didn't exist.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. I remember it from Ghost in the Shell.
I never saw that. Mage is just teaching us about anime, so I've only seen a couple.
I've only seen a little bit of Ghost in the Shell, so I haven't seen the whole thing.
It's a world where people are half prosthetic and half real, and they have cyber brains and stuff, and it's very entertaining.
That's the name, Ghost in the Shell. Your consciousness in an artificial body.
Yeah,
precisely, Ember.
There is this guy who has to how can I do? Bottle caps as eyes, and and the main character has a full body prosthetic.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that what you call someone like a robot, android?
Well,
almost,
but not in there.
If it's part mechanical and part organic, it would be a cyborg.
Yeah, but it's not. See, the main character, that is a woman with everything on it and
if
stuff,
everything's electronic and it's only like a human brain pattern in a computer, I'm not sure how you'd classify that.
Yeah, that's weird. That's why they call it a full body prosthetic.
And that's Ghost in the Shell.
Yeah. It's just an anime series.
Oh.
I'm almost finishing up with Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. I got a few more episodes to go, and then I got the movie and some of the AOV and side stuff.
Ember, before we go on to the rest of this show here, no, let's see what I was going to say. I have an image for all of you to think about, okay, to contemplate, to see how it fits within your life, and then to share it with others. And that image would be Donald Trump naked having sex with one of those advanced Japanese sex robots. You can't unsee that now.
Yes, and I'm picturing the Japanese sex robot having this disgusted look on its face.
Okay. Well, and this is the scenario that I've been telling people about for a decade now. That, you know, the machine revolution is going to begin with a sex robot becoming self-aware and screaming, "I didn't consent."
Yeah, it's good.
No, I'm not signing an NDA. I'm a robot. I don't know how to write.
Okay, Orla says there's Ghost in the Shell, and there's another one called Solid State Society.
I've not heard of
I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, that one I've not heard either.
I only seen what is some Ghost in the Shell? I cannot. What then was the name?
That awkward moment when you have to pay a robot hush money. Amber, I think it's more like when you're trying to get a sex robot to do something, and it agrees to do it only if you flush their hard drive when it's done.
Oh, I see. It's a spin-off of it. It's Ghost in the Shell, Standalone Complex, Solid State Society.
That's it.
Oh, okay, so it's a sequel to Ghost in the Shell.
Maybe not a sequel, but based on Ghost in the Shell.
Okay. It occurs in the same world.
Yeah.
Ghost in the Shell can never have a sequel because it ends bad.
Okay, so it was a series based on Ghost in the Shell.
Yeah.
Actually, I think I might have seen Standalone Complex, or at least part of it.
Hey, Commander. Commander, your mic is muted.
Cam.
Everybody's so tiny.
Well, if we blow things up to normal. Oops, that's not what I'm doing.
There we go.
Hey,
that's actually the best size you've ever had. That's perfect.
Yeah, Mage messed it up, and I got the right button for a change.
Yeah.
Yeah, always blame the other.
Well, this one here is for when we had other stuff on the screen, so everybody's name isn't covered up.
Yeah, if we go to the bigger one, anytime I highlight something from the side chat, the people on the bottom. Oh, no, it brings them down for that.
That has a bad ending, yeah.
Another one of the animes I've been watching through is Morocco-chan. See, now Jenny's name is covered up, so that's the reason why we have the smaller one.
Well, that's why you should put all the little guys in the corner, the right lower corner where there's never anything.
What's Morocco-chan about?
We did have stuff in that corner. We had this one before, and that's why I designed this around, so nothing's covered up. But since we switched things out now.
Oh, yeah. Commander said our computer froze up, so.
Anyway, like I said,
I'll reboot and come back.
I've been watching through another one that's called Morocco-chan, and there's lots of close-up, unnecessary fan service in that one, but it's an interesting story plot of a girl who starts seeing ghosts everywhere, and she tries to ignore them.
I think you showed us a preview of that in the anime night one time.
I think I might have. We might have to get to that one. But I think maybe after we finish up this anime that we're going, maybe we'll take a little break from anime and watch the Deadpool series. How's that sound?
The what series?
Deadpool. the
Oh,
series of
okay.
movies.
Yeah.
Why don't we do Deadpool as an all-nighter?
That'd be like 6 hours of watching.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
What are there?
6
3
hours?
or 4 Deadpool movies?
3 of them.
3. Okay.
Three.
I don't know if you guys can barely handle the hour and a half of 2 hours of anime.
Yeah, but this is 6 hours of Ryan Reynolds. That's different.
But he's wearing a mask most of the time, so
And his face is like, all fucked up.
actually, I've never seen what
a
Deadpool
person
looks
is their
like
mind,
under
and
his
he's very
mask.
funny.
I saw this thing on Twitter. What will be Ryan Reynolds' next gig? Freddy Krueger? He already has the face.
Okay, Heathen Granny says hugs are needed. Yeah, I got hugs for anybody here who needs them.
Yes, Mrs. Heathen. That's why, or Ms. Heathen. That is why we all laugh at it, because it was a made up term strictly for creating problems and to insult trans people. It has no basis in reality whatsoever.
Yep.
It's a word looking for a definition.
Oh, it's Miroko. M-I-E.
Okay.
K-U.
Amber says canonically there are 4 Deadpool movies because X-Men Origins Wolverine is a Deadpool movie.
Is Deadpool in it?
No, it's not a Deadpool movie.
Is Deadpool in it?
Sort of.
Sort of.
Well, do they all follow the same continuity?
Well, Deadpool ends up killing Deadpool in the second movie. We'll just say that.
Okay. I think I see where you're going. Okay, I did a little research on autogynephilia, and the theory doesn't really make any logical sense.
No, it doesn't.
You probably know more about it, Jenny, so would you care to at least define it for people?
As I understand it, autogynephilia refers to men who want to dress in women's clothing because it sexually excites them, and they whack-a-doodle to it when they're dressed. Now, if that were true, why aren't all the trans women in the world laying on the street corner whacking off?
Okay, yeah.
It's just not real. It is purely to insult us and to tell lies. They really have said, "Oh no, it applies to this. Oh no, it applies to that." It's been like 3-4 different things that they say this is its definition, and it's none of those, because it was just a. All words are made up. This was made up strictly to insult us.
Well, I knew the autogynephilia thing was a fetish rather than, an identification.
Well, that's their latest thing that they're using it. Yeah, they're saying, oh yeah, there's this fetish that we call that, and it's a number of people. They're kind of backing down from calling it something that all trans people are, but they're still they've cast that stone, and it's not going to go away.
Well, to bring that up again.
It is not a fetish. That's right. I may be a fetish, but it is not a fetish.
No, being trans is not a fetish. And
That's what they say to me when I say I like trans people. Oh, it must be a fetish. No, it's not a fetish.
Mrs. Heathen, they don't feel any differently about 2S people than they do trans people. We're all scum and faking and sick and misogynistic men, according to them.
Well, if I remember correctly from on Granny's channel, Ember pointed out that being trans may actually be a variation of intersex.
Yeah,
there are. I did a little cursory look around on that, and I ran into a couple instances where other people are saying that there are people in the science who are actually looking at it that way and thinking it should be reclassed.
I can see it. I can see how that would be classified that way.
I personally always thought it should too, because as far as I'm concerned, the brain is as valid of a sex organ or piece of sexuality as is any genital that you can think of. And it's generated by the same DNA. It grows in the same environment. You know, it receives different commands at different times, but nonetheless, it's still in the same womb.
Yeah.
You know, so why wouldn't it be something that is defined by what the chromosomes are doing, even though they're not what we expect an XX and an XY to do?
So basically, we'd be looking at the structure of the brain, and that causes either, or what defines our gender as a sexual characteristic.
Mm-hmm. It's like the thing that we absolutely know. This is not. There's no question about this. Settled science. That what takes this zygote and makes it takes our Wolfarian duct territory and turns it into a sex. Everybody starts out as female, and male has something added to it to make it happen, and that is the SRY gene. And if that gene is not clicked on, that zygote will remain female.
Yeah.
And it could be an XY zygote.
I wanted to say at a certain moment there is a switch. There's switch on.
And that zygote, if it's XY and the SRY doesn't click over and have it develop male, that is called a Squire syndrome. And there's many. There's like, I think it's one in 18 in 100,000, something like that. I forget the precise number, but it's more than you would think, of women who have XY who have varying degrees of female genitals. Some of them are 100% functional, and some of them aren't.
Yeah,
but the person is still XY.
Yeah, I've kind of taken on the whole defining sexually. I've heard from Dr. Ben, and of it just being a collection of primary and secondary sexual characteristics, and they don't always have to be, in lockstep.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, there are people who have mixes of them. I mean, there are cis women who can grow a full beard.
Well, that's different. That's PCOS, which is a medical condition that women have that then extends into having pregnancy problems and other stuff. I don't know if hirsutism would be put under that same.
No, I just meant as far as a mix of there being primary and secondary sexual characteristics.
And for you don't know, hirsutism is the phenomenon of women, or actually anybody, male or female, can happen to excessive amounts of hair in places we don't usually have hair. Like there's actually been people who have been born that look like that have the face of a gorilla, not in terms of nose and mouth, but in terms of fur content. I mean, 'cause we are animals, and shit happens.
Yeah, there actually was a famous family that they were referred to as the werewolf family because the entire family had that, just as far as having hair everywhere.
The dog boy and all that in the sideshows.
Yeah.
In the day.
Okay, Orla was saying statistically there is an overlap between intersex community and transgender community. There's also studies that have been conducted that suggests the majority of transgender people have a brain structure closer to the gender of the one that they identify with.
Yep. It tends to be sort of in between, but yeah, it tends to lean more towards.
We do know that's at least partially genetic, and that doesn't change the fact that the gender is still a social construct that isn't even the same between countries. What they think a certain gender would behave like. So you would think that some people who have become transgender in the West might not feel that way in other countries because of a different culture. Yeah, and That's very true. I mean, what we consider gender norms are very dependent on what culture you're in.
That's kind of the reason why I seem to see looking at the genetics and actual structure and all that and be the more important aspect of it. But
yeah. Okay, and then we're saying we're coming at intersect as a conclusion from several different directions. My research into genetics, Robert Sapolsky.
Solopsky.
No.
Solopsky.
Yeah, well, okay, then way Amber spelled it, that first L is missing. So, okay, is looking at neuroanatomy. Joe and Rough Gardner is...
I guess we'll get the...
Yeah, he keeps throwing us space. The point is lots of us are heading in that general direction and tons of science behind it.
Mm-hmm. And if Amber was writing about Robert Solopsky, everything she's saying is correct. Men's brilliant out of Stanford.
Okay.
If I remember correctly, what concluding is that transgender with the structure, it's actually he has its own unique phenotype.
If you're interested on YouTube, Robert Solopsky has a series of videos that I guess all added together basically make up a semester's worth of his teaching in biogenetics. Would that be or not? Something along those lines. Geneticist type guy, biologist type guy. I don't know the official name of it.
Orla also said that although it's horrible to relate to other things, but you find the same thing when it comes to autism, because culturally behaviors are perceived differently, and therefore you get lower rates of people who are diagnosed as autistic because expectations for the behaviors are the same.
I can see that, yeah.
Yeah, and Orla, I don't know if you were here, I've mentioned it before, that I was reading some research that was saying that people who are autistic are 3 to 4 times more likely to be transgender or non-binary. And actually, I even talked about this with my therapist, and, she was saying that it kind of made sense that autistic people would lean that direction, especially if growing up they weren't very clear on what the gender norms were to begin with.
Yeah.
Although it should be noted that people have observed a certain amount of correlation, there's been no causative effect on that either direction.
Yeah, it's only a correlation at this point, that they haven't shown that one causes the other. It's just that they have shown that there's a higher instance of it among autistic people.
It might be that they just might be more open to exploring that aspect of them, seeing as they don't follow the norms in the general anyway.
Yeah, well, I think it mostly is that, they have to be more conscious of their social behaviors, and even if they want to behave cis, that is still something they really have to study to understand what the correct behavior is for whatever gender they're going to be.
Oh, gee, look, I have
Okay, and Orla's saying it from the other side, that 1/3 of the transgender community are either ADHD or autistic or otherwise neurodivergent, which I hadn't seen numbers on that, but I find that easy to believe. Most of the transgender people that I have gotten to know have fallen on the autistic spectrum. And the statistics for us having different sexualities is higher across the board, including things like asexual. And okay.
See, that is so stupid, Mrs. Heathen, that they would think that they have to have a term for that person who likes trans people. that just shows the misogyny and bigotry there is towards trans people, even in the sciences.
Just what Orla was saying about asexuality, but asexuality is an attraction preference, though. So there certainly are people who are transgender who are also asexual.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, the two do not necessarily go together, but they're certainly not mutually exclusive. Although I would speculate, and this is just me speculating, that some of the people who are transgender may wind up feeling asexual just because with the body dysmorphia, they have difficulty thinking of themselves in an asexual way.
There's other scenarios too. Let me make a definition before I go on. An incel, a youngish male. I don't know. I've heard oldest incel I've ever run into is towards 40, maybe a little older. I don't know. Of a younger male who insists that they cannot get dates, and so they consider themselves involuntarily celibate because they can't get sex with women, and then blame the women for all the reasons why they can't get sex, even though they're screaming and yelling and threatening you with a knife as they say it.
Well, you're kind of missing the definitions there from the original definition to what it is now.
That's kind of an exaggeration on my part, but that they blame women for their malady. Now, as a trans woman, I have not had a date in 45 years. But you don't see me blaming men or the various lesbians I've been interested in. It's me. I know that there's something about me that they do not want to date, and it's probably because I'm trans. I don't think I'm an asshole.
Yeah, under the original definition of what incel was supposed to be used for, you would fall under the category of incel.
Yeah, and so I think of myself as a female incel, but not in the same sense as the male incels, because they are so vehemently and spew so much vitriol and blame on everyone else for it.
It's morphed into that over the time. So it's the definition.
The way incel is used now on the internet, like you say, by men in their 20s and 30s, is just that they have co-opted the term.
Yeah.
That meant people who actually, mostly because of their living situation or something of that nature, were not able to date. It mostly was used for people who were still feeling sexually active, but in care homes where they had no privacy.
Oh, see, I've never heard it applied that way. It's always
it's been
labeling themselves.
Yeah, it's been applied that way before. People who are physically incapable of having sex or have been disabled or something, being also applying that. Basically, anyone who has a sexual urge or whatever, but can't get a date for whatever reason, doesn't matter what the reason is would qualify as an incel. Well, however, it's morphed and been co-opted over time to not really mean that.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that makes sense. I mean, I don't disagree with it. I just haven't had that experience, but
it's
no doubt that your experience is 100,000% valid.
Yeah. Now it's more like what you were describing of just somebody whining and bitching and blaming women for them not being able to get laid.
Yeah, and that's unfortunately now that's what most people would recognize it as.
The one thing that disappoints me in the state of human beings in general, culturally here, is that you'd think out of 45 years I'd meet one person who would have mercy on me and give me that mercy fuck, but no. Just kidding.
And we have a porpoise.
Good. Now we have porpoise in our life.
Hey, Parp.
So what What is the Statute of Westminster?
Porp
Why would
has a milestone.
Okay. I did not realize that Ember identified as being ace. That she says she's friggin' hot now, but just not interested in other people.
Okay.
Commander is having trouble with her computer. She says it only works right when you have it unplugged. I don't know. Somehow that sounds like you've managed to get free electricity, but I don't know how that works.
No secret. Most computers only work right when they're unplugged.
Okay, can we try resetting the US? Can we unplug the country and plug it back in? And maybe go back to the set point of when we were all panicking about everything happening on New Year's Eve, 1999.
It might not restart.
Just a reboot.
Yes, but not until 2038. Sorry, 2037. Yeah, 2038.
Was that when the next Y2K thing is supposed to happen?
Well, it's not a Y2K. It's because the maximum number of seconds you can represent with a 32-bit integer happens to go from 1970 to 2038.
Yeah.
So 32-bit systems may have issues.
Yeah, okay.
Fortunately, most of our systems are 64-bit now, which can handle a number of seconds which are greater than the number of seconds.
Okay, I just want to push it back to a save point we had before 2015. So maybe we can go back and we can avoid this whole thing about Trump getting elected the first time.
Well, if we could get the Supreme Court of that day to not pass or marriage equality, excuse me, it pretty much would be that.
You can go back in time, but nobody will believe you anyway. So,
yeah, I know. I don't want to end marriage equality.
Hey, if you think Trump's bad, you should have seen the guy we stopped.
That's my excuse for my time travelers book. Because the question always comes up with time travelers. Well, why don't you go back and eliminate Hitler? And that was my excuse. Is Hitler is who you got because we eliminated the premier that got elected instead of him.
By the way, you're talking about time travelers. If you want to see Deadpool 1, 2, and 3, you have to do it like this: watch 1, 2, then watch the Loki series on some streaming service, and then watch Deadpool 3. Then it all makes sense.
That's right. The Loki series does play into Deadpool and Wolverine.
So
I think you can get away without watching it, though. I think
it will only take you 2 days to watch or something. 2 times 24 hours.
I didn't much care for the Loki series, though.
Yeah, but it explains it. I liked it. It explains a lot.
I have seen some great clips from the Loki series. I just don't know about the whole series.
Yeah, freaking TDA.
Yeah.
Okay, but Orla now is saying that if you look at autism alone, when you're autistic, you're 3 to 6 times more likely to be transgender. And now the CDC theorized that 1 in 25 people could be born autistic. Yeah, I don't
understand what the transgender hook and the 1 in 25 have to do with each other.
Well, I think she's just saying of why there seem to be so many more transgender people.
Jenny, I could explain it, but it's math. And my brain hurts.
Yep. Porpoise, you sound like you're really rather far away from your mic.
Oh, sorry. I'm actually got some good news for today, so I'm out celebrating. Well, I'm out celebrating. I got something to celebrate, so I'm trying to keep it away from you.
Well, congratulations, whatever it is.
Well, I told them that you have a milestone, and I hoped you'd want to mention it.
Oh. Yes, this Friday night I will be doing the 256 subscribers stream on my YouTube channel at Computer Scientist. I think I'll be opening up to other people who just want to come in, ask me questions, or whatever.
Okay, so Porpoise is doing an AMA to celebrate passing 256 subscribers.
All right, cool.
Ta-da! And next celebration is 512, and then 1024, and 2048. And
After a certain point, YouTube doesn't make
Yeah, Amber, for me, it has nothing to do with nostalgia. I just want to, kind of... I just want about the last decade to not have happened. That's all.
See, your channel is the Mad Computer Scientist, I believe?
Yep.
All right.
boy, if the last 10 years hadn't happened, that means I would still be living in Milwaukee, in my house in my semi-dangerous neighborhood, and never would have gotten involved online here with you guys. So I guess maybe that's why Perp wants me to go back in time. Thanks, Perp.
There,
I hadn't thought about it in those terms. If I hadn't been stuck in that small town in Michigan, I would have never discovered this community either.
yeah, that's
Remember, I can conflate anything.
that's Porpoise's channel in the chat there I put in. So you can,
Very good, yes.
if anybody hasn't subscribed, go do that and you can celebrate.
And mad doesn't mean insane. It means you're just pissed off a lot, right?
The angry scientist.
No, it's actually a reference to the way we're using computer science, especially with things like the insurance agent company using an AI chatbot to mine itself here. Computer scientists thought they could do this and didn't wonder about whether or not they should.
To quote Doofenshmirtz, I'm not a mad scientist, I'm an evil scientist. There's a difference. I'm not angry about anything.
Professor Gangrene, I'm not mad, I'm angry. Attack of Killer Tomatoes.
Oh, yeah, my God. What we got popping in now?
Me.
Oh.
And I got dropped again.
Okay, well, your other one is still here, so I will kick the other one.
No. My twin is gone. You've killed my twin.
No, I didn't. Still there.
That was my twin Jesus, and you must be Jewish then, because you killed our Lord. No. That's a joke I used to tell with a friend of mine.
Have you seen this this picture that that says let Jesus come inside you?
Yes.
And Ivy said, "What is this? Is this let Jesus cream pie you?"
No, I think it has to do with the demon seed.
Cream pie, yeah.
Well, Jesus checked into a hotel and put 3 nails up on the counter and said, "Can you put me up for the night?"
I know that one. Still funny.
Oh, I saw this really just heart tickling, lovely video. Took place in a dog kennel and Humane Society type place. And this woman's carrying a puppy, a very young puppy. And she goes into this, she's got him in a carrier, I should say. And she's in this dog's enclosure. This little bitty dog, looks like some kind of Chihuahua plus something larger dog. and it's absolutely packed itself. Well, it's tight into a corner as it could get, and it's kind of sitting there with that look and shaking, and I mean, you've seen nervous chihuahuas, how they vibrate and stuff.
Nervous Chihuahua is kind
And-
of a redundant term.
And this woman opens the carrier, and she pulls out a puppy, just a little super young baby, and shows it to the mom, and the mom kind of looks, and then mom kind of gets up and starts leaning in that direction, and then the puppy does a little whiny kind of noise, and the mama basically launches herself at the puppy and realizes that these are my puppies that were taken away from me before they sent me to the pound. And it was just the glorious love that you could see in the mom, in her movement and behavior, and even in her eyes. She just totally changed her personality instantly. It was so wonderful.
Yeah, that way.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, if you could rewind 10 years and retain your current knowledge, would you make the same choices you made for your personal life now? No, I would get directly back to Minnesota 10 years ago and begin my transition 10 years ago.
Yeah, I'd need to go back 20 to undo my mistakes. I made a lot.
Well, anyway, with this image here, it was an image that somebody used on their YouTube channel, and Kate Far-Biontech back in the day, he was doing the video responding to it, and she happened to mention how this looked a little well, getting filled by the Lord. So I ended up making this meme off of it.
Filled up by the Lord.
Nothing like awkward silences. They're good to break.
Hey.
No, Ned had just sent me something that I was trying to bring up here.
Oh, hi,
Yeah.
Porp.
That's what
Geez, Porp, you really look nice today.
It's connected to having so much a weird number of subscribers on YouTube.
What's the weird number of subscribers on YouTube?
How about this one?
I have a placard. The armor of God.
I can't tell what that is.
It's a eye mask and earplugs.
That's the best antidote there is to religion.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking eye mask or blind.
That's like that wonderful song from Garfunkel and Oates.
The loophole.
What's the title of it again?
Oates and Garfunkel.
Blind Jesus, I think it is, something like that. And they sing about the kind of sex that you can have that Jesus doesn't see, which is anal sex. And it's just such a funny song.
Oh, yeah, I know the one you mean.
Yeah, it's called The Loophole.
Yeah, you might be right. I'm thinking of a different song then. I'm sorry.
No, I think you're thinking of the right one.
Oh, in description, yeah, but not by the title. I have the title.
No, yeah. The title is The Loophole.
God, those two. Hey, you know who I saw on TV today? Holy fuck. It was on my favorite show there. What's her damn name? Kelly and Mark. And they had as their musical guest at the very end of the show this little duet between two men singers. They like to do kind of folky sort of music. And one guy was bald, and the other guy, who looked like 1,000 years old, was just wearing a hat, so you don't know if they're bald, but at that age probably. And the name of the group was Simon and Garfunkel. I mean, they looked 1,000,000 years old. It was shocking.
Why would it be that shocking? They're getting close to 80, if not older.
Well, yeah, no, I know, but I haven't seen either of them in probably 10 years on TV. And Garfunkel, you almost never saw him during all this time of growing up in life. And it was just holy cow, we really are that old, huh?
Ned wanted to show off his award here.
Yeah, my award was 322 subscribers, and now I'm at 366 or something, and it's like 7 years later.
Hey,
It goes very fast.
there is a reason why I'm doing this at 256, not 250. So,
Yep.
Yeah. I just
you
picked a random
remember
number.
it better.
You know, Ned, I should be receiving one of those awards too, because I've been doing this for 7 years now, and I've only got about 600 subscribers.
It's double what Ivy has.
Oh, and on Thanksgiving, you got one more subscriber. My cousin subscribed.
Well, and I guess I went up a bit because, like I said, I was seeing a couple of people in the chat that followed me over from Linda's channel. So,
Orla, when you make that latest, I don't know where was which one. When you were making the way to dismiss comment, people dismiss us as not mattering, or that society shouldn't have to adapt to us at all because we are the exception and we're such a small percentage. And I always try to come back with, the typical meme that we all know. A country is known for how it treats the least among them. But even beyond that, I looked up some numbers, and the number of people with muscular sclerosis is less than 1%. And there's another disorder I looked up. No, I can't remember what it was, but it was 0.4%. And we take care of them, and we put them on TV, and we make advertisements, and we have fundraisers. And they're like 1/3 of the number of trans. So that's just not one of those valid arguments. So remember that one if anybody ever says that in your presence.
actually, I prefer a different argument that comes from Star Trek Insurrection. When they try to do something that's immoral, and you ask them Picard's question, how many people does it take before it becomes wrong?
Yeah, that's also a very good one. Yes.
yeah.
Yeah, nobody has a proper number from that, Orla. I hear everything from 2.1% down to 0.2% and everything in between, and nobody has an absolute number because there's so many gender dysphoric people or trans people who never report, who never make it far enough in a process of transition to get on somebody's radar, numeric radar.
Yeah,
So
that's how many people are socially transitioning but never have any medical care for it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so when one person's freedom is trodden on, we are all damaged.
What are Google statistics? Do you mean just statistics found from Google? So I don't think Google.
Yeah, I think she means just that the numbers were collected from Google somehow.
Well, I don't think that number includes non-binary people, which will push a little higher, but it's still not a huge percentage of the population. So yes,
they will tear apart an entire country because of their hatred for less than 2% of the population.
Hi, Commander.
Well, they're making laws against it just for one person in the entire state. So,
well, I have been seeing a lot of stuff lately now that a bunch of the MAGA people are realizing that voting out of spite wasn't such a good idea for them because they're finally realizing what Trump's threats of the tariffs are actually going to do to their grocery bill.
And their Walmart bill and their local grocery store or department store, everything is going to go up.
Well,
everything.
Like I'm finding out now that the majority of produce sold in the U.S. is imported.
Just wait until they have to like do like, I don't know. Especially Republicans have to do their own gardening.
Yeah, well, that
I have a channel for that.
Ember,
they
how
thought
would we
we were
know?
voting
Well,
for Trump because of the price of eggs and gas, and it's like, yeah, those things are going to go up because of Trump.
No, the eggs are going to go up
and
because
not
bird
to
flu is beginning to explode.
RFK has a solution to the price of milk. Just don't pasteurize it. I made a video
Yeah.
about it. It's about how they're going to spread disease.
Actually, what I love, a lot of them are saying to make it taste better is to boil it.
Yeah.
Well, at least bring it up to 165 for 10 minutes.
So apparently they don't know what pasteurization is.
Of course not.
There's
It's
a
word with more
farm
two
where
syllables, they
RFK
can't handle it.
And the other
there's
the
a
other
farm
thing,
where
Orla, is
RFK gets his type.
the other thing, Orla, is I don't see any reason why anybody should think for even a second that the corporate America is going to raise the price by the same amount as the tariff. They're going to take the opportunity to screw us even more.
Listen, corporate America is
Oh,
going
certainly.
Oh, yeah.
corporate America is going to have to raise prices to pay for all the extra security they need now because they got the wrong lesson from what happened. Not be less evil, but we need more security is the lesson they got.
Yeah.
There's part of me that genuinely believes that this the CEO thing that happened, and I do not consider the guy a hero at all because it was cold-blooded murder, and I can't even begin
More
to
of
discuss
that
the
is going to
wrongness of it.
happen.
But it's going to be a trigger, and there's going to be more happening, and the more that happen, the more will happen.
Well,
And
since
there's going to be a lot of CEOs that are going to go down.
since we
They
mentioned
say,
this,
"Oh well, we took all our information off our website." You ever hear the Wayback Machine?
since we're bringing this up, there's a video I think worth watching. It discovers the Shooter's Manifesto.
Let's talk about Luigi's Manifesto, which I have here, and I'm going to read it to you because I think that as American citizens, the public, we deserve to hear this. We deserve to see it. It deserves to see sunlight. So Ken Klippenstein got a hold of this. He is the only journalist, and he's an independent journalist, by the way, who has had the balls to publish it. It is on his Substack. So I'm going to read it, and if you want to go check it out, just Google Ken Klippenstein Substack. It'll take you right there, okay? Keep in mind, mainstream media has this, and they won't publish it. Klippenstein has reached out to ABC, CNN, the New York Times, has received no response. We know why they're not going to publish this, right? They are being told by their corporate overseers and the oligarchs who own them not to generate one iota of sympathy for this kid. So with that, I bring you Luigi's Manifesto. To the feds, I'll keep this short because I do respect what you do for our country. To save you a lengthy investigation, I state plainly that I wasn't working with anyone. This was fairly trivial. Some elementary social engineering, basic CAD, a lot of patience. The spiral notebook, if present, has some straggling notes and to-do lists that illuminate the gist of it. My tech is pretty locked down because I work in engineering, so probably not much info there. I do apologize for any strife of traumas, but it had to be done. Frankly, these parasites simply had it coming. A reminder, the US has the #1 most expensive healthcare system in the world, yet we rank roughly number 42 in life expectancy. United is the largest company in the US by market cap, behind only Apple, Google, and Walmart. It has grown and grown, but as our life expectancy, no. The reality is these indecipherable have simply gotten too powerful, and they continue to abuse our country for immense profit because the American public has allowed them to get away with it. Obviously, the problem is more complex, but I do not have space, and frankly, I do not pretend to be the most qualified person to lay out the full argument. But many have illuminated the corruption and greed, e.g., Rosenthal, Moore, decades ago, and the problems simply remain. It is not an issue of awareness at this point, but clearly power games at play. Evidently, I am the first to face it with such brutal honesty.
I mean, people are angry. The last time wealth equality was anywhere near this high was right before the French Revolution.
Yup.
Well,
It becomes inevitable.
and this is the first thing that liberals and conservatives have really agreed on in the last 10 years, that, the general opinion of both sides is, yeah, not really bothered by this.
Whether you agree with it or not, this becomes inevitable.
Yeah.
It doesn't
I mean, I certainly don't agree with somebody targeting and killing an individual, but I see, and why this one in particular, just because health insurance companies have been notorious for basically killing people by refusing to let them have the medical care they've needed.
Well,
Yeah, the average denial rate is 16%, and the United Health
I was waiting
had
for you.
a denial rate of 32%, double it.
Wow. Are you serious?
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you heard me what I said earlier. They were using a chat bot that had a 90% error rate
Yeah.
to deny
okay.
claims.
Okay.
And people need to learn. Large language models are not experts. They are large language models.
Define what a large language model is.
The most common example is ChatGPT. Basically, it gathers large amounts of data,
Where's Ethan? Come on, Ethan.
puts it all through a pile of linear
I was
matrix
going to give you
algorithms.
some up on the back of the chair.
Purple.
Sorry, I thought.
Well, I don't want to interrupt what's happening with the cat because that's important.
Please continue.
Linear algebra and statistics, and then it spits out what is likely to be the most likely response. Because all they're designed to do is come out with the next most likely word in the chain based on certain weighted keywords that are put into it. Essentially, it's also a graph theory problem. But people have learned that these things can be manipulated depending on how you ask the question, and importantly, the data set you put into it. So if United Healthcare put a flawed data set into it so it would reject more claims, it would reject more claims. Or if it was just even accidental that it was rejecting claims falsely, and it was that high of an error rate and resulted in more rejected claims, United was okay with that. And I don't even know if Brian Thompson was the one who made this decision. But the thing is, we really need to start holding CEOs accountable for that. Wow, it is snowing out there. The things they do.
Squirrel.
Now, we're supposed to have like some heavy snow squalls running through, and maybe the roads will be icy. So maybe I won't have to go to work tomorrow. Or maybe I will.
At any rate, we were on the track before, getting distracted by the snow.
Well, there's also a cat in the window.
Yeah. You were saying before you got distracted by the cat in the snow?
I just said I just finished it. Because...
Oh, okay. I thought you had something more to say and you just got distracted.
Somebody uploaded to TikTok a TED talk that a guy did, some sort of billionaire type guy. I didn't recognize his name. I've seen his face before, but he went down his little resume, and he talks about all the billions made and all the $500,000 yachts and things he owns and this kind of stuff. And he did that not as much to brag, although I'm sure there was some of that in it, but to gain a little credibility in what he was about to say. And he said that what he sees for the future, and I think this was recorded 2 years ago, maybe more. He said, what I see on the horizon is pitchforks. He says, they are coming for us. And you people who are filthy rich, you had better recognize this, and you had better do something about it in terms of improving the lives of people and reducing your hoarding of capital. He says, or we're finished. He says, we cannot win this.
I'm surprised it hasn't started happening sooner, honestly.
Well, I agree.
There's a reason why Facebook groups like Guillotines for a Better America exist, and that should be a red flag. That things need to change.
You know, I think that this murder on the CEO of this healthcare insurance was only the start.
Yeah, it is.
Well, I'm not so sure about that personally. I know a lot of people were celebrating the guy's death. And you know, people are not shying away from what he was. They're calling him a mass murderer.
Yeah, have you seen this film of Michael Moore, Sicko? That every health insurance has in its office a complete floor with a team that is looking for evidence that they can refuse claims.
Yeah.
Yes, and there's a rumor that those are all barely high school graduated people, and all they're looking for keywords. And if it has certain keywords, it's rejected. And that there is a legal proceeding that if you are refused a claim, and I will have to try and track it down and find out again, because it's a specific sentence that you say, and you by law have to be kicked into a different pool at the insurance company, because you have asked for names of everybody who's involved with their decision of rejecting your claim, that you want their employee records, that you want all their HIPAA involvement and training, and so on and so forth. And they have to entertain this as a legitimate thing that you're going to do. And the person says that he's likely within days they will contact you back, and your claim will be mystically paid, because they do not want you to find out that these people are completely uneducated and inexperienced and have no qualification to be making any medical decision whatsoever.
So your doctor ordered a test or treatment, and your insurance company denied it. This is a typical cost-saving method. Okay, here's what you do. 1, call the insurance company and tell them you want to speak with the HIPAA compliance privacy officer. By federal law, they have to have one. 2, then ask them for the names as well as the credentials of every person in accessing your record to make that decision of denial. By law, you have every right to that information. 3, they will almost always reverse the decision, and very shortly after that admit that the committee is made of rather than admit that the committee is made of low-paid high school graduates looking at criteria words, is making the immediate decision to deny your care, even in the rare case it is made by a medical professional. It is unlikely it is made by a board certified doctor in that specific specialty and or speciality, and they do not want you to know this. 4, any refusal should be reported to U.S. Office of Civil Rights. It's OCR.gov as a HIPAA violation.
That sounds exactly what the person was saying. They must have just paraphrased that document.
Well, that's what you posted in the DM group. Greg Hartwick posted.
As much as I want to believe this, I have my doubts it's genuine. It's ringing a confirmation bias, and that means it needs to be checked hard.
Well, another offshoot this is brought up was I found several strings complaining about the amount of resources they wasted on a nationwide manhunt for this one man, when, if the average citizen gets shot in the streets, the police hardly bother to investigate at all.
I don't think the police really wanted to find him either, because I don't think the police really liked him either. Especially if they had United Healthcare.
Yeah. I'm shocked that the guy 3D printed his own gun.
Well,
I've heard that being done, but you have to put in a steel barrel, don't you?
Yeah.
if you want to shoot it more than once.
Well, he got about 3 shots off, so.
One of the results this did have was, I don't know if people had heard that Blue Cross and Blue Shield had announced before the shooting that they were going to put in a new policy that basically would put a time limit on how long they would pay for anesthesia if you were in for an operation.
Yeah.
Which meant that if the operation took longer than the people at the insurance company had estimated it should take, you would start being charged for the anesthesia. So you could go under for an operation and you could wake up bankrupt. The day after the shooting, they made a big announcement that they would not be implementing that policy.
And then in their statement, they also said because there had been such backlash, because the people just went crazy with that. They happened at the same time as the CEO, but people dealt with it as a separate issue.
Yeah,
and that's just so inappropriate for them to do that. I mean, Blue Cross to do that.
Well, and I have also seen my own clinic here. That when I went to schedule an appointment online yesterday, they have removed the pictures and the profiles of all the doctors from all their websites.
Yeah, that's not. People will still find this information out.
Yeah, but I mean, I find that very regrettable that the doctors are afraid for their lives, because the doctors weren't the ones making these decisions in the first place.
Yeah.
Well, was it CVS doctors working for CVS's insurance advisors? That might be. Because I don't think it was the doctors themselves. I think these were high-ranking people within the CVS.
No, I'm saying that I was looking yesterday at the company that runs the clinics in St. Cloud has removed the profiles of all the doctors.
Yeah, that might be an overreaction, because I don't think people aren't mad at the doctors.
Yeah, well, I'm just hoping that people are at least making that distinction, that the doctors and the people you actually see at the clinic are not making these decisions, that it's the people higher up in the corporations.
Well, Amber, I think that's okay. I think that's okay for Missouri. They've done so much in their state to hurt trans people specifically, but their citizenship in general because of their Nazi leanings. Gee whiz, too bad. See what you people elected? Because ultimately, that's all of this comes down to the politicians' fault. All of it.
Oh, so it's still going to be implemented. I wonder about other states then, if it's being implemented in a state-by-state thing.
But you know why people are so in the United States are so against universal health care? They don't want to pay for other people. And then I had this discussion with this guy. What do you think your car insurance is about? Is it only about the damage you get?
And it's you're already
they don't understand.
Yeah, and you're already paying for other people's healthcare. When the person goes into the emergency room because of something that they could have taken care of for a lot cheaper early on, but they didn't because they don't have the health insurance or whatnot, and they die in that emergency room, you pay for that.
Yeah,
your taxes.
If you had given them health insurance in the first place, what could have been covered by a doctor's office visit winds up getting dragged out until they wind up going to an emergency room. And an emergency room, basically, it costs $2,000 just for you to go through triage before they start treating you.
Yeah, and that's one of the reasons why a universal healthcare or Medicare for all is actually cheaper than in these private insurances.
Yeah.
There's other reasons too.
Shall I tell you that it is not even that expensive in these emergency rooms, but they have to charge that because of the high rate of people that sue the hospital for every fart that comes out wrong. this sue you, I will get you to court. That culture has to stop.
Well, but that culture developed because corporations were never taking any responsibility for anything. So taking them to court was the only way that anybody could, when a corporation had been doing something they knew was wrong, it was the only way they could be held accountable.
Now, I mean that you sue someone just because he farted a wrong way, because of nothing. I mean,
no, I agree with you that it has gone too far that way as well, but I'm just saying
that drives up the costs.
Yeah.
I know someone who was refused payment on a heart attack because when they were a teenager they had acne.
Oh, jeez. Well, another reason why these private insurers are more costly overall than in a public option is the administration cost. And the cost for administration in the private insurers is like 18%, and for a public option it's 2%.
But let me tell you one thing. We have our sadly enough, our universal health care is also privatized. But how can it be that we pay only like somewhere between 120 to 150 euros per month and get full health care that cannot be refused?
Yeah.
They have to pay it because it's the law. And why does it have these healthcare insurances in the United States have to be so extremely, really? I don't have the word for. They're incredibly expensive.
Well, the other thing that doesn't make sense is why hospital stays are so incredibly expensive, when the majority of hospitals are actually owned by religious organizations that declare them as nonprofits.
Yeah.
Well, and one of the reasons that drives up the cost for a private individual system versus a public universal system is the negotiation in for prices. When you're negotiating overall, you can get better prices that way.
Yeah, spreading it out over a larger group definitely helps. And again, this is one of the things that's really fucked up about the U.S., is that Congress actually passed legislation that prohibited Medicaid from negotiating the drug prices of certain things, like insulin.
Yeah,
and that's where you get higher prices.
That was George W.
Yeah.
Who did that? He signed that the Medicaid improvement something bill, but that bill just said that the pharmaceutical industry can just ask what they want. There was no cap on it at all, and he signed it.
In 2025, the copay on Medicare for drugs is going to go down to $2 per prescription, but then in 2026 it goes up.
Yeah. One of the most brilliant things they were trying to pass a universal health care bill back in the early 90s. But that, the way Congress works, that it kept getting rewritten and exceptions and things put in until the bill was absolutely trash and basically didn't cover anything.
Mm-hmm.
And Senator Paul Wellstone, at the last minute, attached a rider to it saying that all members of Congress would be covered under the same plan. The bill literally disappeared overnight, never to be heard from again.
Yeah.
Congressmen were not willing to pass it if their family had to live under it.
You know what? America needs one law, one really aggressive law, and that is a law against corruption. That is a law.
Yeah.
That is, listen to me, that a law against lobbying, because lobbying is corruption. This law has to be so aggressive that no one wants to dare to oppose it, because it will say, hey, is there something wrong with you? Why did you want to pay? Then they get, let us look into you. What are you doing?
I agree with you, but under our political system, I don't see any possible way that you could get that passed.
And that's exactly
they have to pass.
The problem.
They have to pass, because if they sign against corruption, if they signed against this law, that means they are pro-corruption.
Oh, they wouldn't
So
even hide it at this point.
Yeah.
Ned,
How do you
they
think
just
Trump got
elected
elected
somebody with
again?
34 criminal convictions.
Yeah.
You can't think that morality matters with any of this.
34
Really?
felonies. There's more where he was convicted of other than those felonies.
I'll be right back. I gotta pee.
Yeah.
You know my insane states of America meme that is growing and growing and growing.
Well,
I think I have about 90 of them now.
Yeah, that's the problem, is that more than half of our population
It's stupid.
either doesn't pay attention or doesn't care about what these politicians are doing.
Mm.
Yeah, Trump
As long as you let Jesus come inside you.
Well, see, and that in itself is a violation of a law.
Yeah.
The Johnson Amendment specifically states that churches and religious organizations cannot tell people what candidate or what party to vote for.
Yeah. But still, they do it.
We've seen, hundreds upon hundreds of churches that told people to vote for Trump. So they should get their tax-exempt status revoked, and the IRS should investigate them. But the IRS doesn't want to do it because they don't want to be seen as persecuting a religion.
Can if they started to tax religions, and if they started to tax the 1%, like we do here in the Netherlands, like 49%, America would become the richest nation in the world.
Well,
and you could easily pay for universal health care. You could easily pay to give NASA with a budget that they can colonize the whole solar system.
Well, we actually already do have that kind of money. It's just going to other things like our military.
Yeah.
But still,
the people who are making, over six figures a year are not getting taxed at the same level as the people who are, struggling to get by and supporting a family on less than $50,000 a year.
We have a scale that goes up, and the scale used to be 75% for the rich. Now it is 49% or something. But the normal people, the usual people, the scale starts at 25 or 30 or something. So 30% taxes, but you should see what you get back for all the taxes you pay here in my country.
That's like the MAGA people want to go back to what they see as this golden age of the 50s, where everything was glowing and the country was expanding and, all these public projects were getting done.
Yeah.
And they don't see the other part of that. The reason that happened in the 50s was that in the 40s, millionaires were being taxed 70 to 90%.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And they don't want to go back to that.
I believe it was an upwards of 93%, and it was an incentive thing, where you can either take that money and reinvest it into your businesses, like raising people's pay, expanding into other stores and whatnot, or you pay this a tax.
Yeah.
So that was how the incentive worked.
Yeah. Because if it was invested into the business, then it wasn't counted as part of their income.
Yeah, that was it with us when it was 75%, and then they brought it down to 50%. But they have to invest this 25%. They have to reinvest it in their company.
When Ronald Reagan took office, the corporate tax rate was 70 to 90%. By the time he left office in '88, it was 28%. And conversely, the tax rate of common people went astronomical compared to what we were paying.
Yep.
Basically, the responsibility of percentage of tax paid flipped from us to them.
Okay, a number's correcting me, saying that a huge number of churches are not covered under the Johnson rule. Because, yeah, it applies to 501c3s, which, I knew about. I thought all churches fell under that, but apparently there are a large number that don't.
I have never, and I don't think I know every fucking church or anything, but I've never heard of a church that didn't fall under it.
Well, I thought they all were, but I guess not.
I believe Greg Locke voluntarily he gave up that so he could talk about politics.
Yeah. He's also been interviewed by the sanctioning body of his Nazi church for irregularities, but I've heard nothing beyond that.
Oh, this is an interesting thing. Talking, it was mentioned about trickle down economics. There was the CEO's pay increase is 1,200%, and where the average American's pay increase was around 24% since 1978. I looked into that, and also added to that pay increase is 24% since 1978, and the cost of living increase of over 200% since that time.
Yeah, I was gonna say. What had the inflation rate been over that period?
I'll be right back.
That was a post I came across on Blue Sky.
Yep. A green-haired ivy? Oh.
Oh no, it's a.
I didn't notice she had changed it.
It's a blue-haired ivy. It's a Miku.
Yeah, that's like aqua.
It's a Miku.
Yeah, I'd seen that character all over the place, and I didn't know what she was from.
It's a Vocaloid thing where they have a sort of a completely artificial little singer.
Yeah, you showed us that in the last anime show.
Yeah, I play some clips of her, some of the songs and stuff.
Yeah,
every so often, like the. Since it's something that cheers Jenny up, and she needed cheering up that night, so.
Does Hatsune mean something in Japanese?
It's just a name, Hatsune Miku.
Okay, well, just
and Hatsune, when you play in the Japanese, is Hatsune is probably the last name, and Miko is the first name.
Yeah. I was just wondering because I've seen a couple of VTubers that have used that as part of their name. So, and they always have an anime girl as their avatar.
Yeah. But Ivy says she's my niece in some way because Hatsune Miku has given is artificial, has been given a real life on the internet and everywhere, and I've done the same with Ivy.
Yeah, well, I did come across one person who apparently has a life-size doll of Miku and married it.
That doesn't surprise me in the least anymore.
But if life-size, then she's like 3 meters.
Well,
on stage, she's like 3 meters, Hatsune Miku. I've seen her. I've been her.
Yeah,
I've been to a concert. She's really big, tall.
I heard somebody else saying that she was like 9 feet tall.
Yeah,
well, I think the doll he has is only about 1.5 meters. So
yeah. So human size.
Hatsune Miku has enormous, huge, long legs. The legs are like over now. It's like 2/3 of her total length.
Yeah. Yeah, I saw a image of her sitting down, and it looked rather absurd because sitting on the floor, her knees were higher than the top of her head.
But I was tricked into to go to this concert by my friend of mine. I didn't know what it was, but I loved it. Absolutely loved it from beginning to the end. The atmosphere that was there, the fans that was there. There was this guy beside me was with his girlfriend. He said, "Do you don't know who this is?" And they started to tell me how much they loved her. And so, there was so much love in this in that concert for something who's
Okay,
basically
guys.
a hologram.
I've talked before. I forget this.
Okay.
Oh fuck. We're talking about $1 billion and billionaires and shit. If you were to, I just ran a calculator on this. If you earn $100 every minute, okay, keep it all in the bank. Well, maybe in the mattress. It would take something like 11 days or something like that to hit 1 million, and 31 years to hit 1.6 billion. That's the difference between what you make and the billionaire has.
Yeah.
Now, explain to me why we should not tax them at least a 50 to 60% rate.
I've seen this meme that says if we tax millionaires of billionaires 50%, they still will be billionaires.
Well, of course, yeah.
They don't even know. They don't even notice it. They only are getting off of these numbers.
I heard of
That's why Ivy made a video about it, calling this the Scrooge McDuck syndrome, and that's just a money hoarding syndrome.
Good name for it.
It is an illness. What the fuck do you need more than $1 billion for?
Yeah,
even $1 million.
Even Bill Gates, had, I don't know how many years ago it was, had just said that he had too much money and he wouldn't be able to spend it all. And he wound up giving away like close to 90% of his money.
Yeah, but the other ones just want more and more and more and more. It is like a disease.
I heard another
mental disease.
I heard another very disturbing piece of information. It was on TikTok, and it was a guy who lives out in California, and he was, I think, local to Silicon Valley, because he was talking about his Silicon Valley food pantry or food bank that is begging for donation. He says he's just intensely begging. Yeah. And then he went through and said Silicon Valley, by count, has over 300,000 billionaires. Okay. And some just huge number of millionaires. And the question was, why is this group demanding or begging for donations? What the fuck is wrong with those people that their own goddamn community they can't take care of?
So it's all at the expense of the working people. And I sound like a communist now, but it is true. If you don't pay your employees enough, then you're doing something wrong. Like everything, every time they want to do, they want to find. Yeah, no, we want keep the minimum wage like it is. It's while costs have quadrupled in the past years. How is this possible in a modern country?
Greed.
Yeah, of course. It's greed. It's the Scrooge McDuck syndrome.
Okay, guys, I have to step away for a few minutes here. Be right back.
And it started as a joke for me, the Scrooge McDuck syndrome, but it's getting more serious and serious than I ever could think of, because it's getting worse. It's like these guys are like Scrooge McDuck, want to swim in their money. And there was a guy here who wanted to know how it would be like to swim in your money. And then he got because they couldn't get a pool as big filled with money, of course. They found a metal factory that made washers. You know what you put on between bolts and nuts. And they had made a casing. It was about 3 cubic meters big, filled with washers, and he could swim in it. And he said it is hard. You cannot even get it over you. And when you see Scrooge McDuck doing it, all these dollars and these bills are floating around, and he's diving in it and he's swimming in it.
Yeah, actually, I remember a scene in the cartoon where he dives in and he has Huey, Dewey, and Louie joining him in, and they all kind of hit the thing, and it's like, that's hard. How does he do that?
The richest are most of all there, the cheapest of all. Have you seen this picture on Twitter, that if you are not planning to leave at least 20% tip, don't order food here in my shop. Yeah, and then I wrote under it, pay your people, goddammit, pay them a living wage.
Yeah, I've had people.
Don't exploit them as much.
I've had people get on my case, is saying that we need to be focused more on the employer who are paying their customers rather than bitching about people not paying the tip.
You know, here in the Netherlands, you don't need to tip.
Yeah, and
it's all included.
Here it's more, but they're getting paid like a slave wage, like something like they get paid actually underneath the minimum wage because of the
$2.31 an hour.
Yeah, $2.31 an hour. I think.
It's criminal.
Yeah, it is, and that's actually a thing we need to focus on something more than worrying about whether people are tipping.
You know that the waitresses here in the Netherlands in the restaurants are paid a living wage.
No, the argument I've heard is that since getting people to pay tips is an easier problem to solve, we should focus on that instead of the bigger problem. But if we focus on the bigger problem and handle that, then we don't have to worry about the smaller problem.
Yeah, it is always they have always answers like but this, but that, but so, but cost like that. Oh. No, yeah. I'm glad I'm living where I live, and I feel really sorry for what you have to go through in that country. And if I could do something, I would do it. But,
I just want to pay my bills and get a newer old car.
No, I can pay my bills. I can do a little bit extra, and that's it. But
if anybody'd like to buy me a 2012 or newer Subaru, I'd be happy to say thank you after.
I still have the same old Daewoo from 1995. 1994. What is it? No, it's
okay.
I have considered it.
It's 25 years old. Okay, let's say that, and I still. Yeah, It's still running. It needs a little maintenance, and it's still running. Why would
What's
I buy a new car? All these new cars have a lot of electronics that will always fail.
Oh yeah.
And this thing has only electronics is the motor management. That's all. The engine management. And for the rest, everything is mechanical. The windows go with a push button, and the lights are with a switch. When you honk the horn, you pull in, you make a contact with the switch. It is not through a computer.
Yeah, it's electrical, not electronic.
And most of it,
actually,
they don't know where I am.
There are digitally synthesized horns on some cars where they alter the tone and volume of the horn based on the traffic noise outside the car. So there goes that theory.
all these things are so totally and utterly ridiculous. And now, if you buy a new car, you drive 3 years in it, and after 3 years, you get an offer from the manufacturer that you can the electronic functions that you have always enjoyed, that you have bought and paid for, that you they are switched off, and now you can buy a subscription to these special options.
Yeah, and now we have subscriptions for a freaking car.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For a fucking car that you bought and paid for, but you didn't buy it because they said, "Oh, you didn't know." Now you're on rental.
They want everything beyond rental nowadays because they get more
they're
money
putting
that way.
everything on the subscription models, and I absolutely hate it.
Yeah.
I refuse it.
Well, there's things like some software that's the only way you can get it.
Yeah, but like Adobe, they started. They rescinded all these lifetime licenses, and they went to the subscription model, and they are hemorrhaging money because people leave.
Yep.
And there were good alternatives for Adobe. They're not that special.
One trick I found that works pretty well with subscription models is when they're trying to get you to renew your subscription, don't. Because if you quit, then they will start sending you all sorts of bargain offers. And I just recently did this with some of the software I use. That it was supposed to be due for the subscription to renew for something like $139. And I just waited 2 months while they kept emailing me better and better offers until I wound up getting it for $28 with 2 additional programs included as bonuses.
Good screw.
They're doing the same with warranties. Now they have on the box, when you open the box, you already have violated the warranty.
Yep. The shrink
But no, this guy, Louis something, has given us a trick. If you have something that is broken, order a new one, send it back, and do a chargeback from your credit card. They say they have sent what they have sent you was not what they promised, and it works. It's not the proper way, but it works.
Yeah. I accidentally found out that worked too with my insurance. That my and the price had kept going up over several years. What really pissed me off is changing the gender marker. They hiked my insurance by $100, and so that somehow changed my driving record because I'm identifying as female. But so I went and I shopped around on the internet to see what other deals I could get for it. And I wound up coming up with an offer from the same company for the same coverage that wound up literally being half the cost.
Yeah.
So I let my old policy expire, and I made sure the new policy started the same day.
You know, you
So
can
I'm
just
getting the same coverage with the same company, and it went down from being 900 and something to less than 400.
For how much time? Per year?
For 6 months.
6 months. That's still immensely high.
Yeah. Yeah, but it was still the cheapest rate I could find, and I tried a dozen different companies.
Perp, if you're ever in that kind of situation again, you do not have to wait. You can buy the new policy immediately and get a hold of your other insurance company and cancel it immediately.
Yeah.
You don't have to wait and pay them more money. You can do it anytime you want.
I just wasn't aware there would be that kind of substantial drop. Like I said, it makes no sense that the same coverage from the same company has two different prices.
There's this advertising that's going around on the net for one of the super low cost agencies. Like Walmart, for example, is now selling car insurance, and my car insurance would come in at about $28 a month. And they said the reason that this can be done is that these companies are selling direct to you. They're not selling by way of an agent. And so therefore, they don't have to pay him the 100% of your premium to him. That's why you can cut it in half, because they're not paying him. So it only costs them half as much.
Well, but I bought the original policy the same way. It's just, over 4 years, they kept increasing the price, which I expected to happen. But yeah, anything you're going to get on a subscription, tell them you want to cancel and wait for them to send you a better deal.
Yeah, I'm just using free software or whatever I can. Always open source, and I can do everything what I can do with Adobe.
Yeah,
so fuck them.
What do you like as much as Adobe? What do you like that's as good as Adobe?
Oh shit! DaVinci Resolve.
Oh yeah, that's the one I use for video editing.
Oh, video edit. Okay, I thought you were
and I use, instead of Adobe Premiere, I use Magic's Movie Maker 2013. It has more than Adobe Premiere in it, and it is much easier to work with.
Oh, and the DaVinci Resolve, it does have a paid version, but the free version gives you pretty much everything you need.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just maybe a few things that they have locked behind in paywalls that you can't really access, but it's not that big of a deal.
iMovie is also
and then
free.
It's still cheaper than anything from Adobe if you get the full version.
The thing I really like about DaVinci Resolve is it has an autosave feature. So, if you have a crash or something, you don't get set back on your work.
No, my video editor, it's from 2013. It's from Magic's. No one ever heard of it. It has an autosave function. And I have set it to 3 minutes because it has the tendency to crash. But you just restore last. The only thing you have to think of that you have every half year you have to purge all these files because it doesn't delete it.
Yeah.
But now I know where it is. I have a batch file that is running once a month, and that just deletes all this shit in this folder.
Yep.
Oh, fine.
Yeah, just to delete all the redundant copies from the autosave.
Do you know if DaVinci is available on the Mac platform?
What?
DaVinci Resolve. I think it is available on Mac.
I grew up on Mac using Final Cut Pro. It was like the first high-end video editing on PCs, and man, was it fucking great. I haven't updated mine in over 10 years now, but God, was it powerful in the day.
Yep, Mac OS. Yes, they have it for Mac. They have it for Linux, Windows. 2 different versions of Windows. So yeah, you can get it for Mac.
Okay, thank you.
I hear Linux has gotten easier to use, and that there's now so much software for it that with the way that they're pushing, all this shit with Windows 11, that a lot more just average users are finding that they can handle doing Linux without having to know everything about it. Because apparently Windows 11 also has some cantankerous things about it that it will find reasons to lock up your system.
That's why I have Windows 10 LTSC.
What's
LTSC? It will keep updating for the next 10 years, and it has none of the bloatware in it, and you can get it for free.
Okay, I had heard a Tiny 10 like that.
Yeah, Tiny 10 is based on LTSC. But you have to be sure that it is LTSC based, because you can also get a Tiny 10 that is just a normal Windows 10 that has all the bloatware removed from the ISO, but it still has the limited. It still will the support will still end in October next year or the coming year.
So it's Windows 10.
LTSC is guaranteed for the next 10 years.
Okay, well, I gotta go. I have to go walk Molly, so I'll be back in a little bit.
Fine, get out.
Okay, Ned, were you saying that's LTSC or LTSZ?
LTSC, long time service for corporations.
Okay.
I think that is what it means.
Okay, I will have to look for that one. Yeah, because I was getting ready to basically scrub my system.
Do a search for Windows 10 LTSC ISO, and you can get it basically everywhere. And when you have to activate it, I have a link for you where you can activate it for free.
Okay. Yeah. If you could send me that link, why don't you send it as a DM to me on Twitter if you've got that?
I need to find it first, because it's a little bit of a chaos on my computer, but I have it.
Okay. No rush. Just when you find it, then send it to me. Yeah, because like I say, I definitely don't want to, I don't want to put Windows 11 on any of my computers. And I had actually heard that Tiny 10 was so efficient that I could get away with installing it like on my old laptop that came with Windows 8.
There's only one thing. Windows LTSC doesn't have the Windows shop, the Microsoft shop.
Okay, is there a downside to that?
I have no idea, because I don't use stuff that is from this from stuff. But some people, when you want to play games, you cannot get them from the Microsoft shop. You have to get them from another source.
Yeah, that's
like things like the WhatsApp Windows app. You cannot get it on LTSC, because you can only get that from the shop, and the shop is completely removed from LTSC, because it's mainly because it is meant for machines like ATM machines, automated systems, and that kind of stuff. But for the rest, it's a fully functional Windows 10.
Yeah, well, and I had also
and it is fast.
Yeah, I had also heard that without all the extra stuff, it doesn't use as much system resources. So it can run on a system with less resources and it runs a lot faster.
Oh, I can tell you that.
Yep.
I have it in my laptop. My laptop has a solid state drive, and it boots completely until with the full desktop in 3 seconds. And with the normal Windows 10, it takes about 9 seconds. It's still fast, but 3 seconds. Then I have the desktop on my laptop, and I have an old laptop. It's an old Intel Core i5 something. I think the laptop is like 10 years old, and it runs like clockwork on this thing. I really recommend it.
Liam, that's great news about the tutorials. That's a big draw.
Tutorials
for DaVinci.
Oh yeah, I just begun on DaVinci because I want to do some special things with the Ivy videos, the special effects they're in, and there are videos about it. You can learn DaVinci Resolve just from YouTube.
I really miss proper documentation on software that you buy. You know, I remember when you buy like PageMaker, Aldus PageMaker or Adobe Photoshop or Illustrator the first time. You know, you got these packages with 2-3 books of a couple hundred pages each on how to run this shit, and now they maybe gives you a little dialogue box.
You know, if you know, I make most of these memes. I make with the program that's called Micrographics Windows Draw. This is made for Windows 3.11, and Windows Draw 6 is made for Windows 95, and it has functions that hardly any other comparable software now has. I can make a front page of a newspaper in 3, 4, 5 minutes because it is so easy to use. And then they say it is like children's software, and you can do things with it. But the disadvantage is I have a separate computer running on it because it is no longer supported after Windows XP. So I have to run it in a virtual box or on a separate computer, which I do.
Yeah, sorry about all the interruptions here, but I'm finally getting the calls returned about scheduling some of my doctor's appointments, so I have to catch those. Oh, and my leg is badly cramping, but there is a kitty laying on it so peacefully that I don't want to move it. Okay, vote from the audience. Who says that I should flex my legs so that I don't keep getting the severe cramp? And who hates cats?
My mother always had cramps, and then my father brought in a sidewalk tile and set it beside her foot. When she got cramps, she set the foot on the cold tile, and the cramp was gone.
No, for me, it's just a matter of keeping my leg in one position for too long. But I don't want to disturb Sammy when he's sleeping on my leg. No, I'm not getting up. Just need to move my leg. Especially that Sammyson has finally gotten back to asserting himself a bit.
My cat, if I have my cat on my lap, I can do anything because he doesn't want to leave. I just have to push him physically off.
Yeah.
I cannot give him a nudge. Go, no, I don't want to.
Well,
and I have a cat that growls if someone comes at the front door. I never heard that. It's like when someone comes to the door, there's a inside. I have a watch cat. Yeah, perhaps because he's a Bengal or something. I don't know.
Well, yeah, Sammy is Canadian. He is constantly apologizing, even though he never causes any trouble.
He talking?
And, you know, he resents me moving him.
But is he also talky? Like always answering?
Yeah. He's not like walky or annoying, but yeah, we have conversations.
Yes, now and then they have. You can talk, and he gives answers. And
Yeah.
there are these TikTok videos of this guy who teaches you how to speak cat, and it works. Like when a cat makes, it means, "Are you coming?" And it works.
Huh.
And
I should see those.
That means I'm hungry. If I do that, the cat comes to me and it looks at me, "Are you hungry?" But
yeah, actually, that's something I'm looking for my book. But you know, the different cat noises, and then I've got to figure out how to spell them.
yeah. You know how I call my cat? See if I can wake up. There's this thing. Oh, I hate this thing in this gallery thing in Android. I can never find something.
Hello, Stephanie. Yeah, I don't do any
Hello.
internet stuff on my phone because that tiny screen, I just can't handle it. I've got to have
Steffers.
a keyboard.
Oh, here it is. That's it. Just listen to it. Wait, I have to give it sound.
All the way up and let's see if it works.
And this guy who does it.
Thank you.
And when I use it, he comes.
Good morning.
Only now he can't hear it because I'm upstairs. But
Your volume all the way up and let's see if it works.
no, that's it.
Well,
It's just silly, but it works.
Goodness.
I saw one of those that was supposed to work for any cat to say, "Come here," but I tried it on my cats. It didn't work on them.
No, it means something like, "Are you coming?"
Yeah.
Because my cat also makes the sound to me when
Yep.
he wants to get me to his dinner. Where
Yeah,
he
well-
got to get food.
Like,
And he comes.
well, Sammy doesn't vocalize at all unless there's something seriously wrong. And Ethan, you know, like I say, he talks to me a lot, but he doesn't even know a full word. He only knows a single syllable. Everything is just meh, meh.
But you know, when I do this, the cat thinks at least of 76 linguistical errors
Mhm.
and 5 grammatical errors.
Yep. Well, I'm taking that Ethan just says Matt all the time to mean that, yeah, everything's okay. Nothing's great, but it's all okay.
Yeah. Meh.
Nah. Yep.
Yeah, but cats also do meh, 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 something like much higher than I do when they see a bird like stuff. And then I don't know what that means, but I think they are a little bit of overexcited then.
Mm-hmm.
And Now, Petunia has a good range. Petunia has like 20 or 30 different vocalizations, but all of them mean I'm about to bite you.
Oh no. Mine only.
Yeah, if she vocalizes at all, move your hand away as fast as you can.
Oh. When my cat is sitting on my lap and someone is approaching the front door, and I always have my front door open in the daytime, and they just walk in because that's the way how it goes. I hear them growl, and I think, oh, there's coming. So someone is coming, and then I hear the footsteps. What cat does that? And for the rest, it's the most lazy son of a bitch that you can think of. All he does is sleep.
Well, we had a cat that barked at the mailman. Okay, technically she was a 60-pound chow, but she thought she was a cat. Other than barking at the mailman, she behaved like the cats in every other way. Because I think she was only like 6 weeks old when we got her, which was too early. So she was raised by our 2 cats.
My cat is all the male people are in love with my cat because he always welcomes them.
Well, where I used to walk Ginger Snap in the park, the mail carrier who delivered to the houses across the street from the park always kept a bag of what, just by coincidence, was her brand, her favorite dog biscuits in his truck. So she always recognized that the older mail trucks were the boxy AMC ones, and that's what he drove. Our mail carrier had one of the newer trucks, which was like a Chrysler minivan. So anytime she saw one of those boxy old trucks, she got all excited and tried to run up to it because she figured it meant that that's where all the treats were kept.
I will send you a picture about. You can see how vigilant this cat is looking outside.
I'm sorry. I had failed to realize that the side chat had stopped scrolling on me. Apparently, last time I caught the phone, something got hit on my keyboard, which happens a lot. Probably one of the cats stepped on the keyboard when I wasn't watching them.
Well, if you'd known more cat language, you probably could have solved that problem.
Hey, I'm still holding that as my excuse on Twitter. That I have never drunken tweeted. If you've ever seen that on Twitter late at night, I'm asleep and it's autocorrect trying to make sense of Sammyson walking on the keyboard.
Oh, I had that.
I
had that sometimes. And even with my tablet, my cat, when I open, oh shit, I left the tablet on. Because I never have it locked. And all kind of apps are open. I know my cat did it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I screwed that up purposely just because I wanted to give you guys something to do.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. Well, Stephanie just got here. What's going on with you, Steph?
Come on, Steph, fess up. How much snow you getting?
Half inches, 50, 60 millimeters of snow.
Yeah.
All right, 2 days ago, and then today the temperature was up around 58, and it all melted. And it's blowing the dog off the chain outside.
How about that?
Hello, it's me about dogs. I just got back from walking Molly.
I heard that they're discussing a change in name for your state to auxiliary.
Auxiliary?
Yeah.
I think I'm missing something somewhere.
I am definitely missing something.
Me too.
Oh God, what's the name of your state?
Massachusetts.
No, Stephanie.
Great
What's the name of your
state of
state?
Maine.
Okay. Oh, soon to be
Okay.
auxiliary.
Okay.
I'm back.
I'm in a state of confusion. I'm the
No,
confusion auxiliary.
I got it now, and just don't worry. You don't
I
want
still
it.
don't.
So what should we rename in Florida?
FLORIDUHH.
Hmm.
Florida. Sorry, mate.
Duh!
Don't take it personal. Not you.
Duh!
Hey, have to live with us. I'm surrounded by it.
Florida. Like this guy from The Simpsons? Duh!
No, that's
I
dope.
don't- Yeah, don't! Something like that, yeah. Don't! When he does something stupid.
Well, I'm still saying that if Canada won't officially annex Minnesota, we just need to get a crew out there at about 2:00 in the morning and move the border 300 miles south. Other than the border guard realizing it's taking him a lot longer to drive home, who's going to notice?
The great state of Canada.
So what should I have for dinner tonight?
Food. I recommend food.
Or food like substance.
I had
Well,
lasagna.
I was thinking some of those great little chemically produced sausages that come already cooked, and breakfast sausages, and
Oh,
Those are
yeah.
good.
have some bacon or sausage and eggs, and
Yeah, those are good.
I gotta check to see if the stuff I have from Thanksgiving is still good. If it is, I'll make myself a pork roast tonight.
I got a message from one of the trans women I helped to get to the Netherlands about a year ago, and they had been visiting relatives in the United States, and they told me they got sick from the American food.
That's quite possible.
That they were so happy that they were back with the normal food here in my country.
I was going to say, was it too rich and too greasy?
I think there is way too much chemicals in American food.
well, to be fair, anytime you switch diets radically and suddenly like that, you're gonna have some upset and stuff like that. Dogs
Yeah.
go through it all the time when you switch dog foods.
Yeah, your gut biome needs time to adjust to a different diet.
Yeah, with Molly, what I usually do is I give her a main diet of the kibble, and then just add a little bit of other things, and I can change up with that little bit every so often if I want to.
Yeah,
So
well,
if you
and
go to Netherlands, you
pet,
got to wait till your stomach starts going hurdy bean, hurdo, but hurda.
Oh, but I
any
can tell
pet
you,
expert will recommend that even if you're changing brands of pet food, that don't make it a sudden switch. Start out with like 3/4 of the old brand and 1/4 of the new.
Yeah,
And then after a week, go to like half and half and just gradually build up to the new stuff.
it's 10% the first week, 30% the next, half by the third midweek, and so on until you've completely replaced it.
Yep. And I found out that was definitely true with Ethan, that I had to get him used to a new diet because the stuff that he had been on made him very smelly.
Mhm.
But now that I've got him completely onto the IMS, no problem with the smell
You
anymore.
mean like body smelly or poop smelly?
Like poop and fart smelly.
Oh, okay.
But only one thing: this woman, loves to cook, and she cooked the same stuff in the United States as she cooked here, and she got sick of it. How do you?
Lower quality food, more chemicals, more sugar, more
Yeah.
salts.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know what she was cooking with, but yeah, a lot of the stuff in the US already has preservatives added when it gets to the grocery store.
Yeah. Do you know that if you have ketchup, American ketchup, in your luggage, that it is illegal to bring it here in the Netherlands because it has too much
Sugar.
stuff in it?
Sugar.
Don't really much
Well,
care
not
for
only
itself.
not only sugar.
In American ketchup, sugar. So sugar.
They're afraid of contaminating the local ketchup supply.
No,
but
Europe
this is-
has very, very strict rules for certain foods that
Yeah.
are historical and regional, and you're not allowed to break that shit.
Oh,
there
yeah.
is Heinz ketchup here, but it's made in Europe.
Well, some of them it makes sense. Some of them don't.
It's not imported. It's made here in Europe, according to the European rules. And to be honest, I think it's way more tasty.
Well,
Probably is.
you know, that was one of the things that they sold Brexit on, that they got people to vote for the Brexit. Because under EU rules, most of the sausage produced in England could not be called sausage.
Same as chocolate.
It meet the EU quality concerns, the amount of fat or something.
Here,
I think that very few cheese, that very little cheese that they sell in the United States may have the name cheese if you want to sell it here.
ingredient list from a packet of Heinz tomato ketchup.
I've never heard of.
Tomato
I've never heard of it.
concentrate from red ripe tomatoes, not the green unripe type, but the red ripe tomato. Distilled vinegar, high fructose corn syrup, salt, spice, onion powder, natural sugars, flavorings.
Yeah.
Flavorings. Can't
Well,
get enough of the flavorings.
Yeah.
It could be the fake things like that if it just says flavorings and isn't specific that EU doesn't want it in there.
It could be mare sweat. You don't know.
Hey, well, I'm not familiar with this Rob Fleming, so I don't know.
Yeah, I was wondering that too.
It was Rod Fleming.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, that's
I mean, Art Fleming used to, was the original guy to Jeopardy.
I know Ian Fleming. He wrote James Bond.
Yeah.
Even Granny was saying, just watched a video by an old creep named Rod Fleming, and my God, it's so cringe.
Coughing up Fleming.
Oh, I've been doing a lot of that the last week.
No, that's fun.
Link, Heather Granny.
See, this is why I've been able to, persevere over 45 years of absolute aloneness, as I can entertain myself and I laugh at my own jokes, even though they're bad. Yes, I understand they're bad, but
it's not a problem when
I'm
you talk
happy.
to.
That's okay. You get awarded a sloth.
It's not a problem when you talk. It's not a problem when you talk to yourself. It's when you start replaying to yourself, right? Yeah.
Well, no, it won't matter after the 31st. So.
My problem with talking to myself is I can never have a private conversation. It's always like a conference with at least 6 or 7 of us.
It is like what Nano told me. You never have a discussion with someone with the pronouns they, them, because you're always outnumbered.
But what do folks think it's going to look like? I mean, actually look like the day after inauguration. I mean, do you think that their military is going to be on the streets grabbing people off the corner?
Probably not right away.
Yeah, no, I think it'll take them a while, and I mean it's taking Trump a lot of effort to just form a cabinet. Because even the Republicans are saying that they're not going to approve half of the people he wants.
Yeah, I'm also suspecting that a lot of what they want to do is going to get in their own way as well. So that's going to slow things down for them.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Fighting going on.
Yeah.
You can hear me?
Yeah, Jenny. What?
Okay, I'm just looking for something I want to read to you guys.
Okay.
Just to show you how fucked in the head our dear whatever his name is. Go on and talk amongst yourselves.
Yeah, I was I was just watching a thing about trans memes last night, and one of them came up was he made a reference to the 2025 plan. So I had to explain to the presenter what that was because I forget what country they're in, but they didn't know what Project 2025 was, or why that was a scary thing for trans people.
Okay. Now, as we know, the the Nazis have been screaming about illegal aliens and all this kind of stuff. And, those of us who have at least a modicum of knowledge about immigration knows this to be true, and I'm going to just pass it on. This is why everything MAGA and Trump say about immigration is bullshit, because this is what an alien is. An immigrant. Any alien who is physically present in the United States or who arrives in the United States, whether or not a designated port of arrival, and including an alien who is brought to the United States after having been interdicted in international United States waters, that means grabbed by the Border Patrol,
Yep.
irrespective of such alien status, may apply for asylum in accordance with this section or where applicable. Which means, if you cross the border, all you got to do is say, I'm here, I'm applying for asylum, and you get to be here a year before they even look at your case, and probably more.
Yeah, well, they're so backed up on reviewing those cases, it could easily be like 3 years before they get to review your case.
Yeah. So when these guys are screaming illegal aliens, don't let them put that bullshit out there. They are not illegal. They are following the letter of the law. Yep. This is an international law for asylum that everybody signs on to.
Yeah.
Okay? And it's just the way it works. You come in, you ask for asylum, and you got it. Maybe for that 10 seconds before they arrest you or grab you, you're illegal. But once they have you and you say asylum, you are 100% legal.
Well, that's also why Trump wants the U.S. to leave the UN, so that he doesn't have to obey international laws either.
The lawless people are the people that are trying to make the legal people lawless, is the problem.
Yep.
Purple, I sent you this meme I made.
Lucy.
Perhaps you show it here.
I just can't imagine that they're actually going to try this. I mean, it's going to cost $1 trillion to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's going to absolutely decimate all the industries that we know of, construction and healthcare and restaurants and just all kinds of fucking work. And we're going to lose all that tax money because these people have regular jobs at regular places and pay regular fucking taxes. They just can't take advantage of them like Social Security or anything like that. Because
Florida already proved it. Florida made it too scary for anybody with brown skin to be down there. So after the hurricanes, they can't find enough people to work the construction to do the repairs, let alone build new houses.
Is that pretty much true, Mage?
My browser crashed.
Yep. So now we got 2 wolves.
Mage.
Yeah. Or wolf.
There we go. Now I feel very safe. I've got a wolf walking on either side. But
what if wolves barked like chihuahuas?
Yeah. And a huge amount of the Florida citrus crop went to waste because they couldn't get enough people to pick it.
Mage, is that true, or just what we're hearing not being down there?
Oh, but the citrus is going to waste because people weren't picking it? Yeah, that's true.
It is true.
Yeah, that happened. Yeah, that did happen.
How about construction? Is that pretty much at a halt, or?
Well, no, I mean, you're talking about now?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't think we're having issues right now. We just at the very moment, but during Trump's last term, we did have issues with people not being able to pick the fruit and all that. I imagine this time around, if we're going to be getting rid of all the immigrants, we'll probably be seeing a lot of problems with construction because a lot of the jobs are filled by the immigrants here.
Yeah, what they consider the unskilled labor, but even a lot of that winds up getting into the skilled trade, just doing it.
Yeah, and you should
And
watch some of these Mexicans work in
I
construction.
believe that's the thing that you wanted me to
Fucking
put up.
amazing.
Yeah.
I don't know, the Trump gang from Democracy, Kleptocracy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's generally if
The last one I made was a little misser, but now I think this one is good.
generally around here even if you see somebody, putting on a new roof, most of the guys up there are speaking Spanish.
And can do their work faster than any white guy I've ever seen.
Yeah. And really any construction site I've worked on that had more than 3 or 4 people, they'd wind up having day laborers, that would be Hispanic guys that they picked up in front of Home Depot. That they hang out in front of the home improvement stores hoping that some contractor will give them a job for a couple of days.
Let's see, what does this say? It's the Trump gang from Democracy. Donald Trump's cabinet nominee is after winning in the U.S. in his presidential election, and Donald Trump continues his effort to form his cabinet. His appointment into Trump's cabinet, it will be able to assume in the role following in Senate approval. We have Marco Rubio, which he trashed during his campaign. Pete Hegseth, Matt Gaetz. I believe he's trying to find somebody else after the whole sexual predator thing with him.
Yeah, he's gone. Gates is gone.
Christine Ohm,
Yeah.
Doug Burgum. Such a great group of people, aren't they? John Ratchfield, Tulsi E. Gabbard, Susie E. Wiles.
Now I made this picture as a template, so I only have to update the list in it.
Maybe add some of their criminal charges.
I kind of feel like Hegseth's not going to make it because he's got a Gates problem.
They all got a Gates problem. They left it open and all the crazies came in.
Yeah. Well, that's true. That's true. Yeah, different kind of Gates. I'm telling you, he's like Hegseth has done a lot of hanky panky apparently.
You do the hanky.
Even his mother doesn't like him. It's like, son, you're a waste.
One of the best ones was seeing. Actually, one of the training films that was done, from the people who wrote the Project 2025, talking about what kind of people they were looking for the, for the Trump administration. And he goes down a list of things that would disqualify you. Like having a felony, or having any charges that indicate you are of low moral character.
Yep.
And it's like, okay, are these people even looking at the people who are leading them?
No, because it's all a lie. They
Yeah.
do what they want when they want. They're dictators. Steph, tell me I'm overreacting, and
You're
explain why.
overreacting, Jenny.
And explain why, and what do you instead you think will be true. I visualize that at some point next year they are going to start physically rounding up trans people and sending us to a camp, or just blasting us to death in the desert or something like that. Because you got some real haters trans haters that I mean that curse and are vehement and deep vitriol, and I'm scared to death.
I am too. I don't blame you. I can't.
Yeah.
As far as talking you off the ledge, it's. I think.
Oh no! I made her talk, and it took too much energy.
We're just having all sorts of problems keeping up now.
Yeah, Jenny,
Janice is after her.
I can't say you're overreacting. I'm feeling they're not going to be able to get organized to do it that quickly. And again, I am feeling that, here in Minnesota we'll probably be safe a little longer than people in some of the other states, because I think we'll get a bit more of a pushback here. Like if they try to activate the National Guard to do it.
It's real easy to get around the state National Guard issue. You just bring in federal troops, not state National Guard troops.
Yeah, well, and
you get to do anything you want, and you have drones.
Yep. Well, and that's I'm kind of wondering, if there isn't going to be a line drawn there, and if we aren't going to, wind up with some places with the state National Guard making a stand against the federal troops trying to come in to round up citizens.
Or the other way around. We really don't know where the military's at with all this. The military guys say, no, Trump is horrible, and we will not let that stand. But
well, and unfortunately, Trump is trying to weed out military commanders that he thinks might not follow his orders.
Yep.
So we got.
How about this one?
The insane state of America. Yeah.
That's one of the series.
The Bible was written entirely by the greatest American who ever lived, Jesus. Is this a joke, or it's called history? I swear. You look it up.
Yeah.
And it's not sweetie, it's sweaty.
Sweaty.
Yeah. Think of the spelling.
Yeah. Dyslexia. Yeah.
Okay.
And
I
wouldn't be surprised if this is the kind of thing they want to teach in schools.
Yeah.
They want to teach out of Oklahoma wants to teach out of the Reagan Bible, and the Reagan Bible lists the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence and the Pledge of Allegiance and the Star Spangled Banner, and with the Bill of Rights it deletes Articles 17 through 22.
They want to teach out of the Trump Bible.
Well, and I think that it's Oklahoma and Missouri that have approved of using PragerU material in the public schools.
I thought that was Florida.
PragerU? That's not even a real university.
Yeah, I think it was PragerU, Florida.
It's not really. It's not even real.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's correct.
They're not certified for nothing. They're not a university.
What makes you
just
think
a propaganda machine
to these people?
Yeah, they're just a religious propaganda machine, but they have been approved for using their material to teach history in the public schools.
God damn it.
Yeah, PragerU and curriculum in Florida schools. Yep. It was in Florida.
And obligatory films for all of the students.
It's a very whitewashed history that, the American exceptionalism, and that basically the world today would not exist if not for all the great things America did.
I need a new chair here.
And of course, one of the great things we did was, bringing these poor native black people who were starving in Africa here and giving them jobs. It wasn't slavery. It was a mercy thing that we brought all these black people over here to work on the plantations.
It was a good thing because they learned skills.
Yep.
Oh, fuck you.
That's the version of history that they want to teach.
I wasn't joking about that either. That's actually what they want to teach.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they said that. I forget exactly who said it, but one of the Republican congressmen did. Okay. Anyway, we've been going more than 3 hours.
So what?
So what?
Well, okay. If people want to keep talking, I'll just take a few minute break here.
I just wanted to mention that based on all the feedback and shit I hear on TikTok, which is just fucking worse Wild West than Twitter ever was. It is absolutely common for the men, MAGA men, to insist that women have always been subservient and that only men have made contributions to our society. And that, of course, is a bunch of bullshit, because I have this list here of 100 inventions by women that we use every day.
Yep.
And number one on it, and Porps can tell you all about that, Ada Lovelace, who created how do they describe it? First ever computer algorithm made.
Yep.
Well, the modern computer algorithm we use, yeah.
The improvements to car tires, tread designs and things. A woman.
I expect somewhere on that list is the windshield wiper.
I don't know.
That was invented by a woman. Before that, men used to just chew tobacco, and they would smear a film of the chewed tobacco and chewed carrots on the windshield.
Or we could think about something more salient, like Alice Parker, who invented this little thing called central heating.
Right now.
And
Hey,
and,
can I?
and Lambrex, who created the steel wire element that strengthens concrete.
Okay, give Stephanie a moment.
Okay.
Well, before my moment passes, as is the habit of StreamYard these days, I do not understand. Anyway, I just wanted to give Jenny a hug and of sympathy and stuff, because I got cut off StreamYard failed, my life failed, in the midst of a pretty depressing review of a pretty depressing scenario. And if y'all have moved on, that's fine. But yeah, I don't know what's going to happen, and I think it's very, very scary, and I think it's fucking tragic that we're getting blamed for it too. You know, when I get Joe Scarborough and Anna Kasparian and Cenk, and of course those guys have been over the edge for quite some time now, but still, it really fucking hurts to have us blamed for the failure of people to stand up for us. This is what you get when you don't stand up for people's rights.
Yeah.
A woman also invented this little thing that you've probably seen somewhere in your life called a fire escape. And Tsukamoto did this little thing of identifying stem cells. It's just
stem
ridiculous.
cells were easy to identify. You just go out to any plant, pull the leaves off, and there are the stem cells.
Log splitters. Let's see. Yeah, log splitters, and improving the quality of photographic negatives for NASA. And let's see, another programming language was created, and of course, then there's I'm forgetting her name. Lynn, what's her name? Who was a chip designer and trans woman.
Yeah, I know all the thousands and thousands of pages of calculation for the Apollo program.
Okay.
Then
there's this woman
entirely by women.
This woman, Bella
That would
Louise,
be Lynn Conway.
Beulah Louise Henry, from 1887 to 1973. The complete list of the inventions of Beulah would be a long one, because she was known for 49 patents and 110 inventions. Take that, Thomas Edison.
Yep.
Who didn't invent anything. He bought it, just like Elon Musk.
While we're waiting, the windshield wiper was invented by a Mary E. Anderson in Alabama.
Okay, thank you. I didn't know the name. The dishwasher was also invented by a Southern woman.
Caress Crosby invented the bra. And let's see. Discovered numerous periodic comets. Caroline Herschel.
Yep.
And Herschel, like her father, whose inventions he stole.
Yeah, Lego did a tribute set called "The Women of NASA" that featured, I think it was minifigs of 5 different women who had worked at NASA and were credited with a lot of things to do with the Apollo programs, mostly.
Katia Bastoli invented this thing called biodegradable plastic. And let's see, the first person to suggest that the stars are made up of helium and hydrogen, Cecilia Payne Gaposchkin. Oh God, and there really are so many. The one that really kicked me is that this guy who started this whole conversation was saying this. Well, look, we invented the wash machine so that you don't have to work hard. It's us that means you get to sit down at the kitchen table and not be working. And it turns out the wash machine and dryer were invented by women.
Well, you could also turn around and tell him that the table saw was invented by an Amish woman.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. That she would be using her spinning wheel and watching her husband split wood out the window, and realizing that if she replaced the wheel on her spinning wheel with a metal blade, that they could use it to cut wood.
I did.
And how long ago was that?
Eliza Murphy was the author. Let's see, she filed 30 patents. Only identified 23 of them. She was a practicing physician. Her focus was to improve the safety of railroad travel. She was the author of several patents to enhance the lubrication of axles, pistons, railcar bearings, and other moving parts. Yeah. Men did everything, didn't they? Nothing. Yeah. Here's that other one. The clock drive for telescopes, so that it paces itself with the rotation of the Earth, and that's, we're only up to invention number 33, which is pacemakers. And it just goes on and on and on. I mean, Hedy Lamarr, if you haven't heard, she's the one who's responsible for your cell phone networks, because it has to hop frequencies, and she invented that in World War II to install into torpedoes so they would find their target and wipe out the German Navy.
Not confused with Hedy Lamarr.
Just look up 100 inventions by women, and you'll find this. It's amazing. It's just amazing. Grace Hopper, Harriet Tracy.
Nope.
Is this Hedy?
Nope. 1777 by Samuel Miller is credited for the table saw.
That's what I just found on Google. I'll have to do some research, because I think there was another reference. And just because he got the patent for it doesn't mean he was the first one to invent it.
Jane Goodall, of course.
Yeah, Jane Goodall invented chimpanzees.
No, gorillas.
Oh yeah, Jane Goodall's work is amazing.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah. I also made an invention.
I haven't read all of these, but definitely, folks, go out there and 100 inventions by women and read the list. You will just be fucking amazed.
Mm-hmm.
And you will never think men are in charge ever again.
I also made an invention, and it is so extraordinarily cheap to make that I cannot get a patent on it.
What's that?
It's a hair sock. It's a thing that you can put when you are a woman and you have long hair. You can make a ponytail. You can put it over your ponytail, and you can ride on a motorcycle without your hair getting tangled up.
Okay, I could use that, because I have a huge problem with that. Just anytime I'm driving with the windows open, just like you say, that my hair winds up getting all tangled.
And it is made from a sock. really, the only thing you need is a piece of electrical solid electrical wire, an O-ring of about 3/4 of an inch, and a stretch sock to make it.
Margaret Wilcox invented this thing that we know as the car's heater.
Yeah, now you people down in Florida might not know much about that, but up here, yeah, we find those kind of handy.
Oh, I know about you in the car.
Yeah, but it was an improvement because they always had before that the cars ran on steam, and these boilers were keeping them warm. And when the internal combustion engine came, they needed heaters.
Marie Van Brittan Brown, the first home security system. I mean, none of us have heard any of these. Have you guys heard of any of these before?
Some of them.
And we're still only up to 69.
Oh, did the women invent that too? And Jenny completely missed it.
A woman was one of the founders of Google. I'm sorry, what did you say, Perp?
You said we were up to 69, and I asked if women invented that too.
Well, it makes sense. And she's giving them, and like, hey, why don't if I just do it this way? We could.
Probably scissors in the knee too. Oh, here we go. Windshield wipers. Mary Anderson noticed her driver had no choice but to open his window and remove snow on his windscreen. Whenever the driver opened the window, the car's passenger fell closer, blah, 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 blah. Rubber blade you can move from the inside of the vehicle. She received a patent in 1903.
Oh, that's very useful.
The car companies rejected it because they considered it a distraction to the drivers.
Yeah.
And then stole the patent, no doubt.
Yep.
Of course.
Well, apparently the 69 position originally originated in France.
What?
Named the original French.
How would you look that up?
I don't know. It felt like looking it up since you mentioned it. Wait, no, there's apparently some stuff in Kama Sutra and Hindu, so I guess not. The name came from, I guess.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, this little thing called the computer screen. Yeah.
Computer screen? Oh, who needs those? Boy.
Yeah. No. Mary Sherman Morgan, who was probably related to me. In the space race, she chose leaders. Ordnance. Oh, rocket propellant. Iodine, which is pretty much what sends everything up these days. A woman invented that. Gosh.
Probably by accident.
Yeah, no doubt. She didn't know what she was doing. Just playing around in the kitchen.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's
nickel hydrogen batteries. Shit. Oh yeah, I love it when men talk stupid. It's really great. I'm done.
You know what I'm wondering about? Who invented the way to connect a typewriter keyboard to a computer? There was someone who came to that idea, but I can't find it anywhere.
I have no idea.
Try
I know
Googling who invented the electric keyboard.
Yeah, but to connect it to a computer.
Yeah.
That specific thing.
Well, but the computer is the only thing that would use an electronic keyboard. So,
Well,
I'm guessing
it was
something to do with
cards and
the first keyboards that were connected to computers were mostly teletype machines, weren't they?
Yep.
I mean,
And
I
someone-
remember using a teletype machine to interact with a DEC PDP-8 when I was in high school, but you know, I am
Same here.
old.
The teletype machines, the TTYs that I used back in the old days were these big, huge devices that sat on the floor and were several feet tall and weighed 100
Mhm.
pounds and had a keyboard right in the machine. It wasn't separate.
Yep. We're all
Mhm.
talking about the same type
Okay.
piece of equipment.
Okay.
It
Mhm.
was the size of a desk.
Now, Xerox PARC, a research division of Xerox, are the people who came up with the original computer mouse, which
Correct.
Jobs, who was working there at the time, bought the patents for, and then included that into the Macintosh computer, of course.
Okay, I knew he hadn't invented it. I didn't know he actually bought the patent.
No, he bought the patent. His tech guy was Steve Wozniak, and he's brilliant, but he's mostly like a board kind of guy, chip kind of guy.
Circuit board.
The what? I'm sorry.
Circuit board design.
Yeah, like the motherboard, things
Yeah.
like that.
Okay, I have to step away for a few minutes, so
Okay, let's see here.
you kids behaved.
Let's
Major's
see
in
here.
charge until I get back.
That's impossible.
No,
The
we
first
can't.
the first computer keyboard, the Bionic mainframe computer, were designed by the Eckerd Mauchly Computer Corporation in 1949.
But
Yeah,
was
but
that
it's still-
was that
it's
a
still-
keyboard on a wire or part of the machine?
But that is still
I don't
who
know.
who got the idea to hook up a keyboard, not who made it, the idea. Because I saw it in a movie once, but there was this guy. There was this guy to speed up the communication with the computer. Then he thought to hook up a typewriter, some kind of typewriter, up to the computer, and with some adjustments, and probably a teletype machine. I don't know, but who got the idea? Not who made the first one. Who got the idea?
Well, it might not have been just one person, by the looks of it.
Because one has the idea, and the other one, you give it. You have an idea. You give it to someone who is very handy, who can make it.
Yeah, this only because this goes into the first like typewriters or keyboard typewriters that is from the 18th century, and then goes up through there. That doesn't really mention, but this it says on the computer keyboard, the first by a corporation came up with it.
And who invented the typewriter?
No, it is just who came up with the idea.
He was a reporter for the Milwaukee Sentinel in Milwaukee.
I mean, who came up with the idea to speed up the communication with the computer just by hooking up an existing keyboard to it? That is.
Henry Miller came up with the first patent for the typewriter, early typewriter.
Yeah, that's a typewriter.
Well, it's basically the extension. The keyboard is basically an extension of that. The keyboard patent.
Yeah, of course.
I don't
but
remember
how
if he came up with the Quartiope keyboard arrangement.
Oh yeah, that's in here too. Who was that? I saw that in here. Christopher Lathan and Scholes came up with the QWERTY.
Does it say when?
Shit. Doesn't. No, it just says his birthday, age of soon after 1877. I think. Is that right?
Really?
That might be no. 1868. Patent the first modern ring keyboard typewriter.
Huh. and they credit them with Quartiope then.
Yeah, he's quit. He's credited with that arrangement.
Interesting. And we still use it 120, 40 years?
And we don't even need it anymore. It was to slow people down because they're typing so fast as the machine couldn't keep up. Now we don't need it though.
Well, voice to text is a long way to go yet.
I mean, the arrangement there are actually more efficient arrangements than the QWERTY. The QWERTY was designed
like
to
the
slow people
Dvorak?
down and
Like the Dvorak.
yeah.
But to get an entire fucking planet to learn a new keyboard arrangement, holy Christ! What a project.
You know what the advantages of a keyboard to me is? It gives me time to think, because when I say it in a microphone and it goes on voice recognition, it comes out like the greatest nonsense. When I type it, I can formulate it better. You can think, no, this is not good. Tick, back. And
Yep. Well, that's the same thing here. You see some of my public posts. You can tell that halfway through the sentence, I decided to, change the format of the sentence. And sometimes I miss and there's one more word I should have deleted that got left in there.
No autocorrect. I didn't call Donald Trump a mother trucker.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes. Dear autocorrect, it is never duck.
Yeah, can we just get a default mode for autocorrect called foul mouth so it stops trying to correct all the swear words?
You see what my subtitle is, right? Bad duck. So please don't autocorrect the duck to fuck in this case, because I'm kind of, never mind. I won't go there.
I have, I hate my autocorrect, but it has been getting better. They say it learns. It still makes a lot of annoying adjustments after you type them. And you've typed it, but then it wants to. Like every S it adds is with an apostrophe, and it's like, look, if I wanted an S there, I would have put an S there. And then they just slap it on. And I hate it as it changes words as you hit send. And and it's like, God damn it. I mean, I really hate making typos and stuff like this. And the things makes me look like I'm a dope.
Yeah. I have a new keyboard on my telephone. It's called the Futo keyboard. Ever heard of it? FUTO keyboard. That's the only keyboard that does not transmit data to the internet. Like when you have the Microsoft keyboard, it has a keylogger in it. Every keyboard you get for a telephone has a keylogger in it. You cannot get around it.
Spell that again.
FUTO keyboard. And it has a voice recognition that is amazing, and it is completely local. And it learns on your telephone, on an Android.
Huh. Well, yeah,
it's still in alpha development.
Oh, it's still in development, but it has been for years. And
really?
it works. Absolutely, it works.
All right, I'll shut up.
Like as this guy said to this Futo speech recognition, supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. I cannot even say it, and it spelled it. That isn't even a real word. It is amazing. I love it.
I'll give it a shot. I just found the app.
It is open source.
Yeah, I just found the website, futo.org.
Yeah. But it does not send information about what you type to the internet like most of the other things do, because you can switch off your you can put it on safe mode, you can put Wi-Fi off and everything, and it keeps working. And it is just what it is. It is a keyboard. I have it on my tablet. I have it on my phones, on all my phones. It is amazing. It works. And I got from this Louis Rossman, this guy who who points out all the swindles in all the software and in warranties and in all that stuff, because he developed it with a few other people.
The thing I'm looking at, it looks like it's just software.
It is software.
Yeah.
This is software keyboard
There's no physical keyboard.
Nope. It is a keyboard for on the telephone.
It is
It's a
software for a keyboard for the telephone.
Yeah.
Okay, make that clear.
Yeah, it's just an app. You're still using the touchscreen keyboard on your phone.
Okay, and it is still in alpha according to their own website.
It's still the same. It looks the same, only it keeps your data private.
Mm-hmm. I'll wait till it's out of alpha.
Well, you can do it. Then you can wait to 2395 or something, because it has been in beta for 5-6 years now, and it works absolutely. You don't have to wait for that. It works. Believe me, you won't regret it.
I certainly hate the keyboard that's in my phone now. The predictive text, it does really annoys me. It hardly ever gets the word I want.
Yeah, that's why I have switched it off.
Yeah, actually, I'm hoping I can replace this phone soon. But I am broke, so I have to find a cheap one, something that's like a refurbished one or something.
Yeah, I always
Like this particular model just is annoying to me.
I always buy the cheapest one. There's the ones there are.
Well, I've always bought the ones that are either refurbished or like they're a model that was discontinued 2 years ago.
Yeah.
You know, so the most I've ever paid for a phone was $40.
Well, this one I have is one of the cheapest big Samsung telephones. And there was this guy who had an iPhone, and we compared it. And turns out mine of the cheapest Samsung, it's an A12 or something. I don't even know what it is. See what it is. And it was better than the iPhone. Camera was better. The recording of sound was better. And let's see, what is it? Type it. This is to look it up. I always forget it.
Well,
it's an A13. It's what they call start model.
Yeah.
And it does everything. Has a big screen. Has an excellent camera.
Yep. Well, my main phone is a ZTE just because that's what they had that was cheap. My backup phone is actually a Samsung Galaxy O2A. And even for as old as this model is, it's fantastic. And actually, I'd just like to get another one of the same. So both of the phones, I'd just like to have both of my cell phones be the same. So I didn't have to remember two completely different sequence of commands to do things.
Yeah, my old phone, this is an A13, that was an A12, and the telephone before that is an A5, and they all still work excellent. I use them as cameras now.
Yeah.
Video cameras, you know. When I film, I do make photographs of, I do wedding. Call that. Make a wedding video, photos and stuff.
Yeah.
And I have set up a few of these telephones, all with a charger on it, and with a huge SD card in it, and I just set them all to record. And I will go to the middle of the room. I do with my hands, and in that way I can put them synchronous in my old video editor. And it just works. You don't need these expensive cameras. Since they have this immensely good cameras in telephones, the sales of digital photo cameras has dropped dramatically.
Yeah. Yeah,
You can still get the DSLR of the SLR cameras. I don't know what it is. You can still get them, but the small photo cameras, you can hardly find them anymore because they cannot compete with the telephones. It is amazing. And I have a gimbal with it. It's amazing what you can do with the telephone and just with the hand gimbal. It keeps it completely shock-free. It cost me in total, this telephone and the gimbal cost me like 160 euros. No, it's about the same as in dollars.
So Fudo is open source, and they have 3 different places to download it right now.
Yeah.
There are add-ons for it, and it is still in alpha.
Yeah,
Well, it works. It works. Well, who cares? It works.
I've got the home webpage for it marked. I'll have to look at it later.
I have it for like 9 months. I have it on my phone. I have not one miss.
I'm not challenging you whether or not it has mistakes. I'm just saying it's in alpha.
Yeah, but
It's in alpha. I personally don't want to touch it until it's in beta.
Yeah.
It will probably never come to beta because there is no money to develop it further. And when I hear this guy Louis Rossmann, he's a guy. He is honest. He risks lawsuits against him when he tells his shortcomings of software and hardware and stuff. He's just honest, and he said this is good, and I downloaded it and I put it on, and I'm very, very happy with it. Yeah, I love it. And it even
can somebody give me $1,600, please?
For a phone?
Yeah.
What is it? Needs to have gold or something in it?
No, it's the top of the line iPhone with the maximum amount of memory,
Oh, shit.
several terabytes and all kinds of shit.
Yeah, I wish I had enough to buy a brand new iPhone.
No, iPhone is overpriced and underperformed.
I didn't say I wanted an iPhone. I just said I wish I had the money to buy one.
Then
I'd
me
buy
too.
it.
Yeah. Maybe buy 3 other ones.
But I think iPhone. I think it's a fashion article because it's the quality. Just go watch these videos of Louis Rossmann.
Yeah, Tsunami, we're still here. And actually, people, I would encourage people to please leave our stream running when you're asleep, okay? I could really use the extra watch time if you just put it on when you go to bed and let it run through, because then I get the watch time and real good audience retention, and that would really help me a lot here.
Oh,
okay. And just listen to it. And just listen to it. It's the very best way to fall asleep.
Fuck, I'll turn the volume down. I don't want to hear myself.
I agree with you, Jenny. I have trouble listening to my own streams just because I don't like hearing my own voice recorded.
I never watch the streams where I'm in. I never watch them back. I think, who's that? It's me.
Yeah, I don't make a habit of watching them all again, but often I have to kind of go through because there's like one piece of the discussion I want to find for something. I'm trying
my
to
English,
find 5 or 10 minute sections somewhere in the 3-hour stream.
But in reality, my English is much better than I talk here because I'm always very nervous to talk in the microphone. And I make changes mid-sentence, and then it is. But when I'm talking like person to person, there's no problem. What do you think why do you think I created Ivy?
Hmm.
You were lonely?
Well, that's definitely one of the reasons why I'm always behind an avatar. If I actually had the camera on, I would be much more nervous.
But
Oh,
you're amongst friends, Perp.
I could put the camera on, but
millions
then
of strangers. You're just with friends.
I can put the camera on, but then I would end the stream because what is this guy that stuff stream something that would explode.
Maybe. Wouldn't that be something?
Yeah,
Exploded. Did you see that video on the news of the truck that was in somebody's driveway that blows up? I think it was a garbage truck. It was in somebody's driveway and it just fucking blew up. It was like unbelievable.
How did it blow up? What is it?
I don't know. I haven't heard anything about it other than they have, they want that footage on the screen, and that's what they fucked the words. They just showed the image and told you, it blew up real good.
I didn't hear about that one. I did see some footage again. I don't have an explanation for why, but just a semi truck that went off. It was like a 4-lane highway, not really an interstate, just like a 4-lane state highway or something. And a truck went off the side, and rolled over on its side in the ditch, and the center of the trailer just suddenly exploded. So I've got no idea what he was carrying in that trailer that it exploded on impact.
It's possibly that it was naphtha.
Oh, the amazing Kreskin died.
Oh,
I think naphtha is the stuff that when it comes in contact with air, it spontaneously combusts.
Yeah, there's a number of chemicals that could do that.
Yeah.
What Jenny was just saying. The amazing Kreskin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember him.
I saw a video on TikTok of a car, a Bigfoot car with power of 1,300 horsepower, and they were warming it up, and then the engine exploded. It was completely gone, and the people that were inside the thing, you saw them fall out and roll away. No one got killed. How is it possible? An explosion?
Well, an engine blowing up is different than an actual explosion.
This was.
It's
a garbage truck. Okay.
This is so dumb. Why don't they put it in right away in the container? We have that here.
Yeah, I don't get that.
Yeah. Boom. Oh, that's no good.
That's not good. No.
That's hydro fluid.
I was going to say that's a hydraulic fluid linking onto the exhaust.
I was going to say,
it's pretty dangerous under that pressure.
Right at the back of the cab there.
That went right out onto the exhaust pipe and it immediately exploded.
I don't think that's the one that Jenny was talking about. That was from 4 years ago.
No, it's not. This is. You don't really see any flame in this. Just a bunch of smoke. You can practically feel the shock wave.
Oh. Sumami, if you wanted to join in, I can send you a link. Just tell me where's the best place to send it to you.
Sumami, stop over at my house, okay?
Sumami could probably give us all a lesson in cat language, too.
Sumami could give me lessons in a lot of stuff.
That's true.
Whoa.
I do pretty good at communicating with my cats. So just, like I said, I've got to figure out, common noises and how to spell them. because the first chapter of my book, most of the dialogue is the main character talking to this cat.
This is
Just a
actually
stray cat that happened to follow her home.
This is also actually based on a redesign of the Ferengi from Star Trek, but it was an interesting idea of having these creatures. They sort of have somewhat humanoid-like faces, but they have like really alien-looking bodies. These sort of like ET bodies, but they have like long necks, that kind of like snake-like necks. And they try and make themselves look friendly by showing off, human expressions. But since they don't understand the human expressions, they always come off looking really creepy and sort of, uncanny valley-like.
Mm-hmm.
I have put the link to this thing I meant in the private chat of the, what's it called, the stream thing labs.
Yeah, stream thing is more appropriate.
Stream things.
StreamYard. Yeah, now I see it. You see how this thing blows up. This is just on YouTube.
I think I got her here.
300.
Of course you do.
Okay.
Oh, that
Yep.
one.
I resent that. Okay, so mommy, I sent that Discord. Discord keeps asking me, "Are you human?" And it's like, technically no, but I'm a sentient person.
Discord never asked Ivy that.
Discord never asked you if you were human.
Ivy's not. No, Ivy isn't real. She never asked. No.
That's what I mean. It doesn't allow for sentient human or sentient beings that are not members of the human species.
Yeah.
And that's discriminating.
Ivy lives inside the computer. I don't know what she says to these computers.
Well,
No, I sent it to you, Purple, the link, and it is in StreamYard here, in the thingy.
There she is.
Hey,
Mommy.
Hello.
Hello.
Childless cat lady.
No.
I'm the fucking queen of the childless cat ladies.
God, look at that face.
Well,
Unbelievable.
I don't have any kids anymore, and I've got 3 cats, so I qualify now.
Yeah, but you guys do something about that third one before you get kicked out of your place.
Yeah, I know, and
Hey,
unfortunately, it's just
Quiet.
not only is he so adorable, but they're starting to get along so well that I just. Yeah, I mean, can I just keep him hidden for 10 years?
Listen, I'm only supposed to have 2 animals in here. I've got 6.
For Christ's sake, what are you doing?
Well, see, that's my problem is I'm only supposed to have 2, but
I
since
only
Slothgirl died,
have
I
one.
had to take care of her cat. Now I've got 3. But as long as Ethan
we're
and
coming,
Sammy aren't in the same room together, I figure most people aren't observant enough to notice that they're not the same cat. But they're both tuxedo cats with different markings.
Perp, you could also just tell people if they see it and question it that, that one over there is really old. She's probably going to die in the next month or so.
That's what I say about one of my cats. One of my cats she's 17, and I'm like, yeah, I mean, she's getting up there in age. She won't be around that much longer.
Or tell them that some people in Ohio bought it and are coming up to pick it up soon.
I have a cat. Ivy even has a cat.
And since both Ethan and Sammy will tend to hide if anybody comes in, like I say, as long as they don't see the 2 of them together, I could probably get away with it.
My mom
Does anyone
has dementia, and I have 2 black cats, and she forgets that there's 2 of them, and when she's over and one is running around and then the other one comes out, she always goes it's like she's shocked that there's 2.
Yep.
Yeah.
does anyone remember
We lost you again, Steph.
Yeah.
We lost you after the word remember.
You should yell at her ISP. Tell them that. I mean, she's always having problems with it.
Yeah, she's having a serious problem with her connection today. I'm just, I'm too concerned about Ethan that I don't really want to give him away. So if I have to, I want to make sure I know who he's going with. I don't want to give him to a stranger. But I've kind of exhausted, just all my friends and acquaintances locally. They either have as many animals as they can handle or they're too allergic to cats.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I want to do. Why I want to do Miroko-chan, and we'll have a really heart-touching scene in the second episode.
Man,
where she has to give away her cat.
Yeah, there is a scene. Yeah, they have.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yep.
Okay. Well, anyway, does anyone remember the ancient Monty Python routine involving a cat detector van?
Don't know that one.
No,
not really.
I don't remember it. I'm sure I've seen it sometime.
Got it to show us?
I'm rewatching the series, so probably it still has to come.
You know that dogs can't run an MRI, but cats can?
Yeah, it's true.
That was a sloth girl joke.
Yeah.
Boy, did I tell the dragon joke here?
I think you told it in the Twitter DM. I don't think you told it, on the live stream.
That purple that dragon, that pet dragon you have, that dragon will never explode. But a dino might. Okay, let's see all the groans.
Oh, this video I have of this Bigfoot car that exploded. This 300 horsepower dyno engine failure. So that must also have had dynamite in it.
Do they have a film? Let's see the tape.
What?
Of the motor blowing up.
I have put the link in. I gave it to Purple in Discord and here in the.
Oh, I'm
StreamYard.
sorry.
Could a vacuum blow up if it's too clogged with animal hair?
Yes.
Oh!
Blow up? Really? How's the vacuum going to blow up?
Well, it can start on fire, yeah.
Ooh,
The motor can burn out.
Maybe it would implode, but I don't know if it's going to explode.
I think it'll just catch fire.
I once was worked there
Actually,
somewhere.
I wonder if it's in a dusty enough environment, could the spark, the arc of the motor at the armature, cause the spark to take off with the dust? I mean, that's all cold.
That is a very critical.
Crop elevators blow up.
Yeah, well, that's
it still has to have the right circumstances to explode, because it doesn't explode just like that. It has to be one part or so many particles of dust and on so many particles of air, and then it.
Oh, good. Here we go.
Jesus, what is that?
A Dyson, huh?
Oh yeah. Sucks on its own flame. But there was this guy where I worked. He needed a vacuum cleaner, and then I said, I don't have one, but a Scottish guy here on the corner has one. And he went there and he asked the Scottish guy came to me, what did you tell this guy? I said, what? He just came to ask me for a dust sucker. A dust sucker.
Oh, okay.
Because
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The dust popping.
Yeah. Ooh. Boom.
I see. It sucked a cigarette. Yeah, that could be a problem. I should send this to my brother. He has one of these stupid things.
A Dyson?
Yeah, it's the most annoying thing I've ever run. It you just kind of tip it and it'll turn and stuff like that. The momentum that it builds up, and practically yanks your arm out of the socket.
My mom has like one of the stick Dysons, and so I just got a carpet cleaner for like my birthday, or not my birthday, for fucking Christmas, my birthday. If I can, because I have carpet in this disgusting apartment and it's foul, and I feel like I'm living on like medieval rushes like a fucking like monster. So I asked for a carpet cleaner for Christmas, and that's what I got. And if I can, so my vacuum, my like normal vacuum is a fucking, like some cheap like piece of shit. So I asked my mom if I could use her Dyson, and I fucking vacuumed before I went to like carpet clean, thinking that was gonna get up enough hair and everything. And like, girl, I went to fucking, I ran the carpet cleaner and it pulled up so many like wads of hair that were like stuck in the carpet. It's crazy. Okay. It's clean as fuck now, though.
No, what's this?
Sound? Any sound?
Oh, are you not getting the sound?
I don't know if it has sound.
Well, there's a guy narrating, but I don't think it's important.
Oh, no engine sounds?
No.
What's the
point? Just a voiceover.
Well, that thing's running kind of rich. It must be a diesel.
I don't know what it is. But...
Yeah, that's not a good sign.
No.
Uh-oh.
There it comes. There it comes.
That white smoke is not friendly.
Yeah, I think on TikTok it was a shortened version or something. But... Oh, no, not...
God, why
you see it from different angles. You see it from different angles because... Let it go.
Okay, actually.
There
you go.
Guys, gets out, and then they will show it from there. Boom.
I love it. See, in the car business, you don't want things to blow up. You don't want that to happen. It costs a lot of money. People can get hurt, blah, blah, blah. But when it does happen, you want it to be really glorious. And this one is
3,000 horsepower, this thing.
Yeah, not anymore.
Not anymore.
I love it.
Okay. And when the smoke clears, here's what's left.
Well, at least they can just tow it home.
Oh, man. Part of the hood was actually melted.
Oh, that's pretty funny.
It does have sound. Yeah.
Yeah, I must have done something wrong when I was clicking through it for the sound, but like I say, it was just a voiceover for the sound. And
oh, Tsunami's butt. What's your Tsunami? Can we see your butt? Come on. T says that you got that butt hair.
Butt hair?
But here. I'm sure you don't have any butt hair. I don't even have any butt hair.
Why, do you have a friend who plucks it out for you?
No, it just doesn't grow.
Are we talking like butthole hair or like hair on your butt cheeks?
None anywhere.
No, everybody's got booty holes.
It's like I had alopecia from the neck down.
Oh,
There's just nothing there.
I have like literally like 3 or 4 hairs on my butt cheeks. I can feel them back there, and it's hard to shave back there.
Well, yank them.
How do you yank hairs
Yeah,
out of your butt?
how do you get tweezers on them when you can't see them?
Trial and error. Eventually, you randomly will nail it. You put one finger touching the hair and bring the tweezers tip to the finger and find it, and eventually you'll find it. Trust me.
Tape.
Sounds dangerous.
And boy, you're gonna jump when you yank it.
I've tried, and yes, Major, I have even tried the duct tape trick for them, but the hairs are so fine it doesn't get enough of a grip.
What is duck hair? Duct tape? What? Duct tape?
You can sometimes use duct tape, basically use it like you would waxing. That if you press it down real tight on the skin, when you pull it up, it'll take away some of the hair.
That is the most redneck shit I have ever heard. Y'all are out here using duct tape like it's fucking sugar wax. Like, oh my goodness. Girl, what are you doing? Duct tape fucking wax.
Hey, when I wanted to get ready for a party and it was all I had on hand.
If you use duct tape, you always have to have WD-40 at hand, because when the glue stuck to your skin, you spray on the WD-40 and you can wipe it off.
I just noticed. Kentucky, hi, how are ya?
Hello.
Yep, redneck waxing. No, I'm not a Kentuckian, yes. I have to say that occasionally the redneck engineering actually works. Occasionally. Most of the time it fails disastrously. But, if I look back on how many times I've tried things, I really don't understand how I'm still alive.
Like catch on fire fail.
What, your hair?
Oh, define fail.
What are you doing? Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Fail usually involves, something exploding, catching on fire, or at least collapsing with a person on it.
Don't forget regret. It's there.
Yeah, Sloth Girl. That was one of the things when I was up there having dinner with her, that sometimes we would watch the redneck engineering collections.
Engineering collections.
Yep. Just YouTube collections of rednecks who had built these bizarre contraptions.
Kentucky, that's one of the things I'm proud of, having come from the automotive industry and cars and engines and stuff for way too many decades. I still have all my fingers, toes, and none of my fingernails have been distorted by accident. So I consider myself pretty lucky. I've seen some of the best lose their fingers.
I have 8 6/3 fingers.
My friend Peter Karempeles, boy, did he fuck himself up. He was working, I forget what he said he was working on. I think Volkswagen Rabbit or something like that. And he got his finger caught in the V-belt, and it took the tip right off. And I should say the first digit of it clean off.
Yep. I'm missing 3 fingers at the top knuckle because I lost a argument with a radial arm saw.
Have I heard about the farmer's daughter? Well, no.
There's lots of things about lots of farmers' daughters. You have to clarify a bit more.
Yeah, which one?
Well, technically, my mother was a farmer's daughter.
I think it's a riddle.
My mom was too.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a setup for a joke.
I wonder if they know each other.
I don't know. Did she live in the Upper Peninsula on the Iron Range?
Are you kidding? No.
Opposite
Greendale,
end of
Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
Greendale, Wisconsin. One of the first public housing efforts of the federal government. Oh, let's see. Poor little P3. Boo-hoo.
Looks like it has teeth.
I'd be happy to take the
Sunglasses.
from that.
Sunglasses in replace of the mirror.
Yep.
Oh yeah, if it works, it works.
Oh my God.
What's this one?
Oh,
It's like a,
Yeah,
Duct
because
tape
latch
and-
on the glove compartment.
same. If it works, it works.
See, that's what I mean. Some of these work. Some of the
Yeah, but
things they make are
it's-
failures. Like
Has
You look
that-
at it, that would take 10 minutes to replace that glove box lock.
a CED yeah, over the gas tank
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
I'm not
Fuck
too
would you
sure that
use
one's
that?
doing anything useful.
with looks like Scotch tape holding it together.
Couldn't you just stuff a rag in it?
The car will stop, I think.
Oh, that's right. Good. Yeah. Tanking
Yeah,
matters today.
Yeah, you've got to have a vented fuel cap.
Oh, this is another exercise in why women live longer than men.
Have you ever seen redneck motorcycles?
Actually, yes.
I-
love that.
It's
Oh,
the weirdest things.
no.
Yeah.
I got to get a copy of this picture.
If it works, it works.
What
This will take a bit here.
particle board door?
Hey, wood grain panel on cars was a big thing in the early 70s.
Yeah. British cars used to have it a lot.
Got it.
And the Morgan is still made
I
of
know a
wood.
guy for his race car in the shop, which always sucks because you got to push the fuckers all over the place.
Yep.
Is it Mr. Bean's
made
car?
the job easier by making himself 4 wheels out of 1-inch thick plywood, and because there's so little surface area, the thing pushes like a glide. It just very slick idea.
I'm
And that's what he
surprised
transports it with
I
on the
would
trailer and
wait.
everything.
It's Mr. Bean's car.
What in the
Oh yeah,
Ah,
yeah,
bunch of
that
zip ties?
Oh, that's the
Yep.
exhaust, huh? Yeah, good job.
yeah,
Dan.
and that will last as long as the exhaust pipe stays cool. Once that pipe heats up, those are going to melt right through and blow open.
mm,
Well, hey, that many night ties are only about $1 at Harbor Freight.
Yep.
Now we're talking. Yeah.
Broken air conditioner.
There's
a
redneck
generator in the
lady.
back.
Yeah, he's going to have a generator in the back to run that thing.
Oh, so what? If it works, it works.
Yeah, but for the cost of a generator and a window unit like that, you could have fixed your
Yeah.
air conditioning.
Yeah, but I guess they found
Oh,
it on
there
the
you go.
Oh,
the
that's
junkyard.
funny.
Bunch of flashlights.
Toyota. Oh, nee, Mazda, what is it?
See, now if you're going to do that, point the flashlight at the reflector and tape it down. It will magnify the light like crazy.
How about a
You
Coke
would-
can?
I have to say I have done that trick for a temporary patch.
See that the
Although-
bulkhead of that muffler? We had a customer who had a muffler in his 535 mid 80s, and the muffler is $500 some plus about 2.5 hours install, and he popped a hole in the bulkhead, the front bulkhead like that, and to fix it he went and bought furnace cement, like you'd see in Brick Lane and stuff like that, and packed it with it, and it lasted for years.
Yep.
See, we got a lot of duct tape and looks
Mark
like a
Schmidt.
cup. But what is going on in this one?
I'm not sure what the cup's for. I guess
To
it's
cover
a
to
tail
cover
light.
the signal light
Yeah.
housing.
Okay.
That's actually pretty clever. I like it.
Duct tape is very good on the Cybertruck because you won't
Yeah.
see
Oh
it.
yeah, now we're talking.
Oh yeah, let's use a cardboard can. Actually,
man.
the car I had just before I got the van. The,
Well, if it brings you home,
Hold on, can we expand that at all and guess what? Oh, that's European plate. Okay.
somewhere, I think somewhere in Poland or something.
but the black
Yeah, somewhere
hatchback
that
I had,
kind. Yeah.
the black hatchback I had when we first moved back to Minnesota.
20.
Just like you do it with a house.
Yeah.
I've seen people do that installation on the side of a van for their actual window when they customize their van.
Missed
It's
a
real
few in
tacky.
the
Oh,
beginning.
Twister.
Twister.
Polka dots.
See, now this is one of the things I've seen this happen before. It's not a bad idea to use the door to hold the plastic, but you got to put the plastic on the outside of the window at the bottom.
Yeah.
Or it becomes a funnel.
And run into the back.
I suppose that one would work.
That's not a bad repair.
Yeah.
That's a hack.
Yeah, for
Yeah,
an
it's
interior
not so
door
bad.
handle, that's not bad.
Look,
Yeah,
he's
that's
got
not
it
too
curved and tapered at the end, so it clears the bezel as you move it. It's shaped like the original handle, and it really it's a nice fix.
Yeah, he put a bit of workmanship into that one.
Yeah, that one's not that bad.
Look, it's even cupped so to keep the night tie centered.
Yeah,
that's very good. That's not.
What is it?
Yeah, so
well, I guess you have to pull the wire handle to unlatch it, and then you have to use the other handle to pull the door open.
Oh, that's funny. Is that welded on? Oh my god!
Riveted on. Looks like. How about this one here? A plastic spoon and windshield wiper.
How is that going to do anything?
I don't know.
It's to protect the glass.
Okay, yeah. It keeps the arm from scratching the glass.
The
He's got a
plastic's
wiper
softer
on the
than the
driver's
glass, so
side.
it should wear it before the window does.
Yeah.
And then we're back to that one again.
But I mean, okay, that one with the windshield wiper, if you're going to go through the effort of putting the plastic spoon on there, why don't you wrap a rag around it while you're at it so you've got something that'll actually wipe the window?
Shh. Don't stop being smart. He's a redneck. He's not allowed to breathe this.
Yeah, Kentucky says was riveted.
One of my favorite things that customers do is when they in winter when they got just fucking ice on the windshield to the point where it's has frozen the wiper blades to the window, and they try to turn it on anyways.
Oh.
And if they don't realize that it's not going to move, you better turn it off before that motor burns out. The motor is strong enough to actually move everything, except the arms don't move because they're frozen. Only the axle does. So when they go out and they clear the ice finally, and they have their wipers are nice and free, and they turn it on, the wiper relocates itself to 180 degrees out, and you get to wipe your hood.
Yeah.
Fuck everything up. I'm sorry, I sound real nasty laughing at all these expensive things people do. But hey.
Yeah.
One of my favorites was somebody had a 1983 320, a small 4-cylinder car in the basic format and size as a sports sedan 2002. And this one was bought by a couple who was a minister and his wife from across the street. And they kind of wrecked the engine because they didn't know that they had to change the oil ever. And they said, "Oh, that's okay. We don't care that the engine's junk because BMW has it under warranty and it will replace it for free." And I said, "Your car is 15 years old. There's no warranty that goes 15 years." And they wouldn't believe me. They got all mean and nasty and started cussing, and they towed it out to the dealer, and I'm sure the dealer disappointed them very much. Oh yeah. Oh, and what was real fun about it is they wanted us to change the tire. One of the tires was low, and they had a spare. So we pop up in the trunk, and find a trunk gasket that is just mutilated beyond belief, and which allows it to leak all those liquids, which in the summer is okay, but in the winter it turns to ice. And that 100 pounds of newspapers that were in the trunk that filled virtually every square inch of it had become completely wet and frozen into this huge 4 foot by 5 foot by 2 foot cube of ice frozen newspaper.
Yeah.
I said, "Well, why can't you just get that out for us?"
Liftbus has made a boat of that.
Come on, really? I don't have any tools to do that. Oh, I needed a jackhammer. Oh.
But have you ever seen
Have
seen this video of this girl filling up her engine with coolant? I know where to put the coolant.
No, they don't.
Is it put it in the motor?
The biggest mistake would be oil in the coolant and coolant in the oil, and if it's not by a cracked head, it's because they don't know where it goes, and it turns into what we call master fluid, which can live in the coolant and live in the oil, and it does neither, but it sure is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it looks like a chocolate milkshake. It's really
Yeah.
good stuff. It's good stuff.
Oh man.
I don't understand. Literally, this only just recently started. The only online streaming app that gives me issues and fucks with my internet connection is StreamYard. It's weird.
Oh.
I've heard people refer to it as the duck of death.
Yeah.
It's been mostly bulletproof for me, Steph, on the phone.
Yeah, I'm sure it's fine on the phone. And I'm sure it's fine for most people. Otherwise it's been a bear lately. I mean, I'll go like 15 minutes and then the thing crashes.
It's not just you; it happens to a lot of people.
And, well, it's only recently started happening to me. So that's the way these things go, the frog and the water, it's just eventually.
Yeah, well, my StreamYard renewed again at the same price. I didn't have any price increase.
That's good.
So I still got it for $96 for the full year.
Drunk rednecks are loud anyways. I like that.
So yeah, I just I just withdrew the money from Discord that had been accumulating there all year, and that paid for the StreamYard for another year.
There you go.
Hey, Atheist, get on that Discord and leave, and then we can chat here and there.
Oh, what are you using now?
I gotta go.
Are you asking me?
No, the Kentucky Atheist here.
Yeah.
I deactivated my StreamYards today.
Okay, try going to the StreamYard site and see if you can find what I have is called the Core Annual Plan. Although I don't know I got on it like 6 years ago or something, and weirdly, no one else seems to be able to find a link to get it. Yeah, I don't know. I got it like 6 years ago, and it just keeps renewing at the same price automatically every year. So I don't know if I'm just grandfathered in or what.
Probably grandfathered in. Yeah, see, the EV Mux does seem to have better pricing now.
I'm learning how to use OBS.
Yeah, well, that's, I was waiting to see if I was going to have a price increase this year, and, I was ready to bail on it. Because from what everybody was telling me, I was expecting the price to double on me, but...
Or more.
Yeah. That's really, the reasons I've stayed with StreamYard is it's simple and it's cheap. So I can definitely see for other people that,
OBS is not simple.
Yeah, OBS will not cooperate with my YouTube account. I've tried it, and my YouTube account refuses to pass a stream key to OBS.
That's all very well and good, but if it crashes your system all the time, it's somewhat useless. Me, anyway.
That's the other problem with OBS. It uses a lot more of your own system resources. StreamYard does pretty much everything on their server, so it's hardly using, very much from my computer.
But my computer is a little bit fine-tuned to doing video stuff.
Yeah. Well, that's, hosting on StreamYard really doesn't use much more on my computer than just watching videos on YouTube does.
My computer is officially a game computer, but don't try to play games on it because it's configured to do video, not games.
Yeah, without your little grandfathered in thing, meaning the core price increase for StreamYard, this was $431.88 a year.
Yeah, I wanted to use OBS because I know you can do more things with it, but like I said, it refuses to talk to my YouTube account. And I don't know if that's something about mine being a branded account or something like that, but I mean, everyone else seems to use it fine. And it's not just me. I have had 4 other people who, stream with OBS and know a lot more about it. I've had them look at it, and, they'll come in saying it's simple. You just have to do this, hit this, and you're ready to go. And then after playing with it and arguing with it for an hour and a half, they just give up. So, people who know what they're doing have tried to get mine to work, but it's never worked. Port forwarding, I don't even know what port forwarding is.
Oh, what you do is just have to set up in...
I never know when anybody's hearing me anymore.
Oh, I can hear you now, Stephanie.
Great. Well, we've been using Live Studio by Streamlabs, and we've been enjoying it on the transpositions pretty well.
Mm-hmm.
I know Neil the 604 Atheist is using it. EV Mux is pretty well distributed. I've had some experience with it, and it's fine. But I just can't.
From the guest side, it works like shit.
Oh, does it?
EV Mux or Streamlabs?
The StreamYard's guest.
Oh, the Streamlab thing. The StreamYard.
Yeah.
StreamYard or Streamlab?
I don't know.
Go live. Live Studio by Streamlabs is what I'm talking about.
Isn't Streamlabs? Isn't Streamlabs always fighting with OBS because it's illegally using the software?
I don't know. I'm mostly concerned about what.
Oops.
You got cut off there, Stephanie.
StreamYard just tripled their price and their service just went to shit. So for me,
Yeah.
Everybody else can try to make it an industry standard, but you know what? That might not be the best
Well,
move.
That price increase is actually causing a lot of people to abandon StreamYards.
Oh yeah, I was ready to go over to Streamlabs if it was going to increase the price like it's done to everyone else.
Steph. Oh, Steph disappeared. God damn it.
No, I'm not. I haven't disappeared.
No, she's still here.
Oh, okay. There are StreamAds Live, Streamlabs Control, Streamlabs Lifestyle, Streamlabs blah blah blah. Which one?
Live Studio is the name.
Okay, Streamlabs Live. Let's see if that's
Live Studio.
Live streaming app.
Yes.
And that's what I use to watch you guys?
Well, that's what the transposition is on when they're all on during their news segments. Okay, now we have a certified redneck in the chat.
Yeah. That's funny because most of those things you showed I had seen actually happen before.
I actually have seen a couple of those out on the street here.
Hey, Kentucky.
Hi, Jenny. How are you?
I'm okay. When am I coming back on your show and get you in trouble?
Whenever you want. Are you still gonna float around the Christmas episodes?
Yeah, I was gonna do something. I hadn't decided what.
Well, you can come hang out with me if I can figure out a time to do one.
Okay, put me down. I'll do it.
Yeah, I've only been on your show once as well.
That's not true. You've been on my show at least twice, I think 3 times actually, but at least twice I know of. It's just been a while.
Okay.
Purple can't count that high. Be nice.
No, honestly, I've been having some memory gaps.
Yeah, well.
Like I didn't remember that I had an appointment that I met my new doctor in October.
Well, just so you know, we still have tomorrow for a watch party.
I've got an alarm set for that.
And another one I've seen people going to as an alternative to StreamYard is Rumble Studio.
Yeah.
I've heard that one mentioned. I haven't heard anybody, say how it was after they'd used it for a while.
The person I talked to who used it said they liked it.
Okay. Well, it's good to have an idea for what would be a good backup in case I have to bail.
Yeah, it's a good idea to keep options opened.
Yeah.
EV-Mux, the reason that I switched to it is because it has a lot of the same features that OBS does, but of course it's hosted on an online platform so that my computer doesn't have to handle all that stuff.
Yeah, I've looked at EV-Mux before. It looks like it has a lot of the same setup as StreamYards does. Very similar.
I don't think it's anything like StreamYard,
really?
Honestly. Yeah. It's
all hail Bigfoot.
But now I haven't actually done a stream with it yet. So, but I mean, as far as like the layouts and stuff, I can do like, I can set up the layouts like I do in OBS, and then like I can put my chat on screen and can set up different scenes and all that stuff and have it all ready to go through the show. The others, pretty much the rest of them that I went and looked at, because I looked at Riverside and Restream and something else, and they all were exactly like StreamYard, and I didn't want that.
I actually am a bit concerned just because, so many people are upset by the sudden price increase with the StreamYard.
Yeah, that's why
I'm actually concerned with the number of people who seem to be jumping ship, You know, are they still going to have enough income to continue to support the thing?
Oh yeah.
Or, you know, are they going to kill themselves off because they're losing so many users at one time?
I
They
would
might end up
wonder
killing
if the
themselves
price
all.
increase was because they were already having like sustainability problems.
Well, from what I heard is somebody bought StreamYards and that's what resulted in the price increase. They decided to just jack up the prices.
Yeah.
Yeah, they added like a couple nothing features and then raised the price to 3 times what it was, which is just nuts.
So basically, just greed.
I mean, if they had provided something that justified raising it,
Yeah.
you know, but they didn't.
Like you
Raising
said,
it by that much of a percentage, though. That's
Right.
nothing.
That would be tough to do unless it starts, you know, handing out BJs or something. It's probably not going to be worth it.
Yeah, really.
well, you know, also before they had the free level, that a lot of people were using the StreamYard free level and not paying for anything.
No, they still do have the free level. They have now. It was free, core, some other names they gave it. Yeah, they.
Well, I still have a free account on StreamYard. I just deactivated my paid account.
Okay.
And on Facebook, there was a thread I was looking at where they StreamYard itself had put out the thread about, oh, we've got this new stuff, and every comment in it was everybody saying they were leaving because of the prices.
Yeah, it looks like the EV Mux is about $228 a year.
Yeah,
the basic.
Is that what the core account is now?
For EV Mux.
Yeah, that's for EV Mux. The basic pay plan is $228.
I'd appreciate if somebody looked at StreamYard and, you know, look at the core account.
Let me pull that up again.
The core plan is $431.
Yeah, that was it. $431.88.
I know because they've tried to bill it to my card 10 times this week.
Hell fucking no.
Hell fucking no.
Oh yeah, no, I'd never be able to afford it at that price.
Right. I mean, at that point, you're only playing to like channels with. I mean, what would you have to even make that practical? You'd have to have like a few 100,000 subscribers to make that worth doing. That are really engaging well too. On top of that.
Yeah, if you're expecting your channel to bring in enough money to pay for it.
Yeah, you would need some massive engagement on that.
Yeah.
400 is only like 33 a month.
Well, you can pay it monthly, but if you pay it monthly, it's like 50 some bucks a month.
Oh man, that's such bullshit when they do that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all handled by computers. Like they got to put more work into it.
Yeah.
Well, if the bank may charge them like 35 cents per transaction.
That's killing them, ain't it?
That comes to $35.99 a month for your StreamYard's core.
So it's cheaper.
No, that's how much you'd be spending for StreamYards. And
did you look at it and get that number?
Yeah, for EV Mux, it's $19 a month.
Yeah.
The name EV Mux is just terrible.
But yeah, I know it's a horrible name, and it's not really all that user friendly. And actually, I mean, it's got a lot of stuff, but it's got more of a learning curve too. So I mean, there's always a trade off, though. I mean, it just had what I specifically needed for what I'm planning to do.
Well, one of the things I had always liked about StreamYard was that I could teach it to somebody, and an hour later they could be running their own stream.
Right. I didn't even get that. Ember told me about StreamYard, and I went and figured that shit out.
Yeah, well, which I actually had to do. You know, last year during the Christmas stream, we had somebody who nobody could contact them. I don't know if they slept through or if it was somebody was having computer problems, but it's like, you know, we needed to have somebody fill the spot that was starting in less than an hour.
Well, see, I got really lucky because I met Jess, and Jess makes all of those things worth it for me.
Hey, Jer.
To get the to get the right stuff that I need. So like right now, like my channel is almost breaking even on all the stuff I'm paying for to do the things we do, but I'm still paying Jess on top of that because of what she brings to it, you know, like, so I'm trying to invest in it to keep building and growing and doing what I'm doing, you know.
Yep.
And maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. I mean, it is also like, you know, part of my social life, so that's okay too.
You get social with a piece of software?
I have zero money to invest in a social life.
Well,
I hear you.
I don't.
Well, I had zero money also, so I just ran the free version of StreamYard until people started subscribing to me on Patreon, which I really never expected to happen. But you know, so it's like I've got like 6 or 7 people who each pledge $1 or $2 a month. So if I let it accumulate for the full year, it comes up to about the $100 I'm paying for StreamYard.
Yeah.
I've got 7 people on StreamYard that pay $5, and I pull that bitch out every time there's $4 in it.
Yeah.
I have to though.
Well,
yeah,
I hear you.
Yeah, my StreamYard, you know, it automatically renews every year. It's sometime in the last week of November. I forget the exact date. But it keeps renewing at that same price. But yeah, then I've got to transfer the money from Patreon into my bank account to make sure there's going to be $100 there to cover it.
It's like running an OnlyFans.
Well,
Yeah.
whatever. All I'm saying is that whatever these guys are, you know, jacking up the prices and throttling back the service, and I don't think that's a successful model for going forward for anyone, really.
No.
Well, such
No,
a
it's
sudden
not.
price increase is that's not going to win. You know, they're going to lose
Which
too many
means that-
customers at one time there.
Yeah, which means they'll start the service.
There we go again.
Yep. Yeah, Steph, you got cut off mid-sentence again.
There you go. You know,
Oh.
I mean, I'll keep talking until, you know, the cows come home, I guess. But
Yeah.
Mm.
Now, Steph, are you using a laptop or are you like just
no,
on
I'm
your
on
phone?
a desktop, and it's only just started to, within, you know, they introduced their price increase, and I immediately experienced terrible connection problems.
Okay.
And it's the only streaming app that does this.
Yeah. I've been you know, I'm always on my desktop using it, and I haven't
Wow.
run into problems with it yet.
I won't use the fucking StreamYards app on a desktop. I have to use it on like the cell phone app. Otherwise, it won't even. It's just trash. It's trash.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm using it to host this here, and you know, not seeing any problems on my end.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
that's good until everybody starts having problems, and you have
Yeah.
to, hey, Steph, you know, you just cut out. We can't hear you anymore. Oh, hey, Steph, where'd Steph go? Well, she got disconnected. Oh, well, I guess we'll just go on. You know, at some point, that's going to happen for more and more people, at which point, how effective is StreamYard?
yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Oh, you found your moo.
He's a baby cow.
Nice.
Good job. Where'd that come from? Oh, wow.
It doesn't sound like a cow. It sounds like a cow impersonating a human.
It's a sassy cow.
Sassy
A
cow.
cowette.
I
Yeah.
think it's a human off camera going moo.
There was a human off camera going moo, and then the cow seemed to imitate it.
Oh.
If I shuck a knock.
I think they just dubbed over the fucking cow. I think there was a cow moo, but they just dubbed it over for fucking TikTok.
Maybe.
Yeah, it could
It
be
was
the
a
microphone
deep
didn't
fake
really pick it
cow.
up,
That
so they had to
motherfuckers. They're deep faking cows now.
Apparently, I didn't actually see the footage, but apparently they managed to do a deep fake editing a video of Harris and making people believe she was drunk.
Oh, they didn't. It was all they did was slow it down.
Yeah, that was just time manipulation. They didn't even have to fake that.
Okay.
Yeah, they
Like
just,
I didn't see the actual video. I just heard people talking about it.
Jimmy
There's
Kimmel
lots
does
of
it on a
deepfakes of
weekly
her out
basis
there.
to Trump.
yeah, that was something the libs of TikTok did. They just slowed down the video and then played it, to make it sound like she was drunk.
Try a dumb chick is like not even like the brightest crayon in the box.
Hey, Jen.
Now, I had been pronouncing it Jinzu, but in a chat the other night, I was being told I was pronouncing it wrong.
Okay, how do you pronounce it?
I'm not sure. I thought they were pronouncing it more like Jaizu.
Oh, I see.
What zoo?
Well, if I can hear the correct way to pronounce it, I will pronounce it that way.
Yeah. Well,
Or if you
that's why
type it out
I'm trying to get it
phonetically.
from the source here so I can, you know.
Oh, man.
How do we pronounce your name?
Yep, get how the four-eyed goat pronounces it.
I think it's never mind.
Well, I've been saying Jinzu for years, and you know, it said that was about right, so that's what I kept doing. But
I think that's how I've
whose
said.
chat it was the other night. We were discussing it.
I've said their name on stream before, and that's how I said it too. I think that's how I look at it, and that's what I would think. Jinzu or Jinzu, which I don't think that's right. Jinzu, that's what I would say.
Yep. Call me anything but collector late for dinner.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Jen, I like to be able to pronounce somebody's name ethnically correct, and so I would love to hear how you actually verbalize the name.
Also, while we're at it here, what are your preferred pronouns? I'm never quite sure if I should be using
helicopter.
God.
Cat.
You know how it's probably not pronounced? Moo! I'm sorry, I had to.
Yeah. No, I've been caught lately a couple of times of realizing, you know, someone I had only seen in side chat when they get on a panel and realize I'd been using the wrong pronouns the whole time.
I'm guilty of that too. I'm guilty of knowing them and screwing up all the time and having to quietly go back and fix things. I quit. That whole look, like it's not a sensitivity thing for me. Like it's just been in the time that I've been on YouTube that I've even had any experience of dealing with understanding things better and stuff, and so I've been and
Jinshu. Okay.
But
yep.
Jinshu.
Oh, okay. Jinshu would be the closest you can get for this spelling.
So it's like Jinju.
Oh, and I have to remind people, if you want to identify it as an attack helicopter, you have to look like this.
I wish I did. Jew is. Especially with the jet engines on my hips.
Well, you definitely can't identify as an attack helicopter if you don't have a rotor. You know.
Yeah.
You know, people still use that thinking that they're being cute and funny and clever. You know, it's like, dude.
Oh yeah.
You know, that's
yeah.
about 5 to 10 years old, and you're about 60 years behind the science. You know.
And this may actually be from an actual anime, by the way.
I think somebody said that in my. I think somebody said it in my chat the other day.
Well,
like, not in a friendly way.
Yeah, I haven't found the source for it, but I have found pictures that there was some series of anime that the girls actually transformed into ships.
Yeah, there is the one like that. They identify as battleships.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if
They are battleships.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Well, I only ran across that accidentally because I was trying to do some historical research on the HMS Unicorn, which was a World War II aircraft carrier. And it turned up this picture of an anime girl who transforms into the HMS Unicorn.
That's funny. You were looking for some real information, and that's what you found.
Yeah.
That's awful. That's like going and searching for something in science, and the first 10 results are creationist websites.
Okay, yeah, there is. It's Azure Lane.
That's the name of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
I've never seen that one myself, though.
I've seen that.
The anime where they turn into ships?
Yeah.
It's called Azure Lane?
Yeah.
Azure.
Azur.
There's a game, too.
Okay, Mage, if you could find that one, I would be interested in seeing what that's all about.
I'll have to check it out myself. I've never seen it before.
Well, yeah, if you can get a couple of episodes, let me know. And, you know, even when you're watching it the first time, I'll watch it with you.
Yeah, I know how Azure is spelled. I'm just like balking at the fact that like animes always have the most irrelevant fucking titling for what the show is actually about, and I can never understand that.
Well, sometimes they're very specific about what it's about.
Yeah, the one we're watching now. Well, the one we're watching now is High School Live, and yes, they're living in a high school.
Oh yeah, here it is. Azure Lane. It's in dubs. I can get it. It's only 12 episodes too. Cool.
Okay, cool.
Well, I'm not gonna say that. That's all now.
Like I say, well, all I know about that one is I've seen the designs for some of the characters. I have no idea what the plot of the show is.
Are they big titty Asian girls?
Yeah, they look like your typical teenage Asian girls.
They got big smokestacks.
Yeah.
Well, they need large flotation devices if they're going to be ships.
Yeah. That's kind of what I was driving at, really.
Sorry. Apparently, you're catching my virus through the computer.
No, I just hit my bowl.
Hey, guys. I think I just fell asleep.
Oh.
I did that on a stream the other night.
But
don't worry about it, Ed.
It's 2 o'clock in the morning now here with me, so
yeah.
I have to quit.
Well, no.
It's like that.
Ivy took over while you were asleep, so we didn't even notice.
What did you say?
She paid us not to tell you.
Gossiping about me?
So,
I'm sorry, she paid us not to tell you.
But yeah, we get big boobed anime girls for
there they are.
Yep.
How'd I know?
Well, and part of what I'm curious about is I saw that they turned into ships from different nations. So are they all fighting each other because they're from different nations or what?
Possibly.
I bet they are. I bet they have. I bet they have alliances and all kinds of stuff. It's a whole complex thing. I bet.
You can say about Japanese what you want, but they have no shortage of imagination.
This is true. And this bottom one looks like it's a cat girl too.
I mean, I would say a favorite cartoon is a big titty Asian girl. That kind of lacks imagination.
Hey, I'm going. Good night for everybody. Don't
Okay.
know
Good night,
how
Ned.
Rest
long
well,
it takes for
friend.
you, but I'm going. Bye.
Bye-bye.
I'm
Bye,
not sure.
Ned.
Does this mean Captain Jessica's dozed off on us too?
No, he's making fun of me because it was his stream I fell asleep on.
I did fall asleep when I was in the Shill stream like twice.
Yeah.
That I dozed off for maybe 10, 20 minutes, and I came back before the end of it. Basically, I think it's like I fell asleep, but I woke up as soon as someone said my name.
Well, I just started using a CPAP machine a couple weeks ago.
Uh-huh.
And I'm only sleeping like an hour a night. And
Okay.
so I'm like, I just fall asleep sitting here doing stuff sometimes.
Just make sure to keep it clean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got to do that again tonight, actually.
Don't
Yeah,
do
well,
anything you
if
can't do on the street.
I've had 3 friends that wound up using CPAP machines, and they hadn't taught any of them how to clean it properly. So
They didn't
every
teach-
one of them wound up with something growing in the machine after a month.
They didn't teach me. They just said, clean this stuff with warm water about once a week. Here you go. See you later.
Yeah. Okay. Big problem with that is your tap water is not necessarily sterile. That can be contaminating the machine on its own.
So
My
you want to
tap
be
water, we can't even drink the tap water here.
so you want to be using distilled water for cleaning.
Oh, well, that sucks. I mean, I put distilled water in it in the
Well,
water thing when I put water in it, but I don't even always put water in mine.
okay. What I did was, like fill up like a gallon jug of water,
Yeah.
and you can just use an eyedropper to put in like 2-3 drops of chlorine bleach,
That's a good idea.
and let that sit for like at least 6 hours. Let it sit overnight, and that will kill off any kind of bacteria or any single-celled organisms that are in the water.
That's a good idea. I have to be real careful of bacteria anyway because I have the artificial heart valve.
Yep.
And so it's bacteria will gather on that because it's got small imperfections. So I have to be real careful around certain things anyway.
Yeah, I became aware, like 15 years ago when the tap water was killing the goldfish. And I started looking at it, and I managed to look at it under a microscope and realize what it was that was coming out of our tap. That, the city water had some nasty little things living in it.
Oh, yeah.
Burp, I got to take off.
Okay, Jenny.
Good night, all.
Okay,
Jenny,
take
lovely
care.
show.
Yep.
Jenny, I will get a hold of you, Jenny.
We'll see you tomorrow night for the anime stream.
I'll get it on the calendar.
Sounds good.
Yep.
Anything else?
Rest well.
I love
Okay.
you, Jenny.
Be trans, do crime, don't get caught unless you want to be.
Well, if you want to join up with Purple's Christmas live stream, you can join in.
Can we talk about that real quick?
Yeah,
sure.
So do you have some spots left still?
It's still pretty open at this point. I've got some people who have given me like a range that they can fit into, so I can slide them back a slot or two.
I still need to come up with some good times.
I mean, mine I have to pretty much do daytime hours because of my kids, but
okay, well, it's going to be starting, on the 5 a.m. on Wednesday morning.
Yeah.
So then it'll be running all day through Thursday or 5 a.m. Tuesday morning. So it'll be running all day Wednesday and then into Thursday morning.
I mean, I know, I'm being difficult, I know, but like, I would prefer if I can, because again of the kids and Christmas and all that stuff that happens right then. I can do multiple times even. It's just like sometime after 11 a.m. Eastern time to before 8 p.m. Eastern time.
Oh yeah, I'm sure we can fit you in there
Oh yeah.
somewhere. Can you DM me that? You know, with
Yeah,
what
yeah.
times you have,
I
just so
will.
I've got it all together.
Sounds good.
Yeah, DM me with it on either Discord or on Blue Sky if you're on that.
I'm on Blue Sky. I couldn't find you on Blue Sky.
Oh.
I just gotta figure out when my family's gonna have their little party and whether I'm gonna be invited to come up to my friend ends on Christmas this year. Probably not, but.
And Purple, if you want, since you know, that's, let's see, what have we got? The 11th. Why don't you know, you said you hadn't been on in a while. Not this coming up Sunday. Well, what's that date? Hold on. Let me look at the calendar real quick. So it's the 22nd. Why don't you come on the 22nd, and we'll talk about this whole thing with everybody and like tell everybody about it, because at that time you'll have times and stuff, and we can.
Okay, what time does your show usually run?
2 p.m. Eastern, and we go for 2 hours or less.
Okay, yeah,
Hey,
that's early enough that I can do that.
Why don't you put a link to your Blue Sky account in the private chat so we can find you?
Yeah, well, I just dropped the link to my Blue Sky in the YouTube chat, but I'll put it in the private chat here as well.
You know, put mine in there as well.
Awesome.
Yeah, so go ahead and click on that, Joe, and that'll take you to my Blue Sky thing.
And there's mine if you want it.
I'm in the process of adding both of you right now.
Yep. Yeah, I know there's a lot of people who have given up on Twitter and migrated over there.
Yeah, I can't wait until for them to get group DMs.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
that's the only reason I use Twitter anymore is for the group DMs.
I mean, so as you guys know, I had some changes in my channel a while back, and of people who are there or whatever, and so that kind of jumbled up a lot of my social interactions with people, because I was kind of like I don't know, I was relying on other people talking to people and stuff like that, and whatever, and so then I wasn't really active on a lot of that other stuff, and I had to learn how to do my show by myself. And then start expanding into those other things, and I've had some trouble along the way and whatever, but I'm getting back on track and getting it. You know, Mage used to frequent my panels and stuff.
Yeah, I need to get back to seeing your stuff.
In fact, I'm going to be covering something that you talked about last time you were on. I'll be over on Standing for Truth sometime soon.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I made a response to Donnie, and he got all butthurt about it, so I got to go over there and shit in his Cheerios again. I'm going to do it a lot differently than you think, though. It was actually a trap. Okay, I planned all this, and I'm really excited that one of my plans makes me look like I've done something smart. But I set Donnie up, and I'm going to make Donnie look like a fucking idiot is what I'm going to do. And I know that people do that all the time or whatever, but I'm going to do it in a different way. It's not about the stupid things he says about science. I'm going to show 100% the dishonesty he's using to do it, and make him have to admit that he's being dishonest, because he actually already has, but I've cornered him is what it is. And I'm just happy to I knew he was going to invite me on because they've been trying to get me to come over there to debate Kent Hovind for months.
Yeah.
And I keep saying no. And so I knew that, and I can do it without name calling or ad hominems or anything that'll get me kicked off. So I'm going to put him in a rough spot, I think, anyway. I mean, maybe not. I'm just
especially if you can do it on his own channel, so all of his normal viewers see it.
Yeah, because I ain't having him on mine.
Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't have the impact to have it on your channel.
Yeah,
You know,
right, exactly.
Most of his viewers probably wouldn't even be watching then.
And you know, I've spent a lot of time focusing on trying to make my channel grow and all that stuff. And I mean, it's obviously not for financial reasons because I'm still not actually making a dollar. You know, I want to be able to reach people and talk to people and have more conversations with people. And to do that, you have to have a larger audience for people to even acknowledge that you're there, you know? So
I am surprised as many people recognize me as they do.
Well,
you know, 'cause I've never really built this channel up to be anything.
Well, Purple, you're kind of, you know, like you kind of, to be quite honest, the way that you function within our community is actually very inspiring to the changes that I made in the way that I do things.
Oh, really?
Because I realized at some point, like when I started my channel, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing, you know, like I'm just some dude that wanted to talk about this stuff and show people that you didn't have to be some genius or some scientist or whatever to challenge these things, because they're easily challenged with the least bit of scrutiny. That was where I was going with it. So it was all about, let me argue with this person and debate this person and let me get this goofy fuck on. And I wanted to debate Ken Hovind at one time. But I learned along the way that I could focus back at the atheist community rather, and the various communities within the atheist community, and do better things there than the other way. Because I'm not a scientist, I'm not this or that. I mean, sure, I can pull sources and all that stuff and whatever, but like I can do the most good this way, and that's always been really at the base of all of it, you know. And that, you know, I think that everybody who does this, you know, has some hiccups and some things that happen and whatever, but I learned from those things. I try to take those things and incorporate them back in and do better, because I really, like, when I started making content, I didn't even really know shit about the atheist community, air quotes, you know, like, I had talked in a couple chats or whatever. No one knew who the hell I was when I started making content.
Okay, Joe, I don't know what this is about, but Andrea is saying she has a clip if you need it.
The domestic violence joke, yeah.
Oh, okay. Is that what DV is? Okay.
Yeah, that might come up at some point, but I'm only going to talk to Donnie. I'm not going on one of their panels. If that's what he has in mind, I just won't go. I'm not interested in that.
Yeah, well, you know, basically all I do here is I've got a place that people can hang out and chat with friends. That's, you know,
yeah, but that's
I'm not organized enough that I can't do the research to put out content on a regular basis.
But see, like, okay, I made a video just yesterday, and it was, I think you showed up in chat, right? Like, the refuting the thing Donnie said.
Yeah.
But the point of that video, even though I talked about carbon-14 and talked a little bit about that stuff, the point of the video wasn't ever to correct the stupid things Donnie's saying. We all already know it's stupid. The point of the video was to understand how to look at these things and quit doing that. Like, quit giving them credibility in that way. And instead of arguing science with him, point out the way that he's being dishonest. In Donnie's case, in this situation, there's only a couple questions he has to answer. Can carbon-14 be used to date the universe or the Earth to millions of years? No, it can't. Not the right tool for the job, right?
Right.
Okay. Does carbon-14 though reliably date the Earth to over 6,000 years? Yes, it does. So what the fuck are we talking about here? like your video was titled "Irrefutable Evidence for Young Earth Creation," and it's more important to show that he's being dishonest and clickbaiting his own people, when really it's all just him trying to poke holes in something that doesn't even matter to his claim. I'll give him carbon-14 sucks. Okay, now prove the Earth's 6,000 years old. Prove God created everything in 6 literal days. Like,
but my usual go-to who is here. Okay, I'll grant you XYZ, but even if I grant you all that, even though it's still wrong, you're still wrong.
Yeah, and that's what I told Donnie today. I said the problem is, Donnie, is you're right. Carbon-14 tells us nothing about the Earth being millions of years old. So you're trying to poke holes in deep time, and that does nothing to tell you that. But you've still got a problem, because if you accept that carbon-14 works, which is what you're doing here, then it still debunks the Earth being 6,000 years old. So you fucked yourself. Like, that's the point of it. Like, it doesn't matter. It's setting and arguing science with these guys while they bring up creationist sources and pretend like that's some kind of own to the echo chamber of people they've created.
Yeah, look for them to move the goalpost on that one.
Oh yeah, definitely. They will too. I already know.
Carbon-14 cannot tell you how old the dinosaur bone is.
No.
But carbon-14 can tell you the bones of a woolly mammoth are 30,000 years old.
Yeah. So here's the thing. Here's what Donnie's relying on. Carbon-14 should not be found at all in those dinosaur bones that are millions of years old, because they're deep in those layers and they're shielded from cosmic ray bombardment. So it doesn't have the chance to radiate nitrogen and turn it into carbon. That's the basis of his argument. The problem is, though, name something that's not got carbon in it.
Yeah, well, any life form on this planet is built mostly from carbon.
Right. And that's why it works. And that's why. So once carbon is in the hold on, let me stop. Once the carbon goes back to the Earth, the animal passes away. Then it starts its process of half-lives, and you get 5,730. I think is the one for carbon. Something 5,700. We'll say that. But the issue is that we have things like groundwater, and we have radiological deposits all through the Earth, uranium and all that stuff. And any time that any beta particles can interact with a nitrogen or even a carbon-12, you can end up with carbon-14, which all of those things are always that's the stupid thing that he does, because he says it's like poking a pinhole in a carton of milk, the radiation, because the uranium takes so much longer to degrade that the beta particles are only coming off like the hole in the side of a milk jar. But the problem with that is that that's not how it works. It's not it only does anything once every however long uranium is. It's that it's always continually doing it. It's the ratio of the material that you use.
Yeah, and also it'll break down to several materials until you get to that last one too.
Sure, right, until you end up with lead, right?
Sure.
The thing that Donnie is doing, and that Standing for Truth and Kent Hovind and all of them do all the time, is they take an actual scientific area or branch or whatever the fuck you want to call it. They take an actual scientific thing, and then they talk about it, and they affirm that it's a real thing, and they try to use it to debunk the age of the Earth. And the problem is, though, is that in doing that, they accept those things, it still fucks their claim. And on top of that, it's incredibly dishonest, because they'll use these things that mainstream science has came up with and described the mechanisms of how it works, and then they defer to what some creationist has to say about it. And the whole method of doing that shows how dishonest he's being. And rather than have a conversation about, well, carbon does this and carbon, which I'll do some of that, you know, I got to play with him a little bit just for entertainment value. But I'm doing it a different way. And I think that I don't know if it's better or helpful even, but I feel like it's the right way to do it. So
try it, see how it works.
Yeah.
Well, you know, and everybody, you've got to do it your own way.
Exactly. The multiple perspectives helps. Even if mine only adds or doesn't add anything to it, I mean, at least there's multiple things, because you don't know which perspective it is on the same thing.
Yeah.
That grabs somebody, you know?
Yeah.
Well, and I've heard a lot of people in the community say that, you know, that they had, you know, been watching several creators before and it wasn't making sense, and just this creator said it this particular way and then it clicked.
Yeah. That happens quite often.
I've had a number of people tell me that. I mean, like, I feel like that I've done at least a little bit of good since I've started doing this, you know, like I think that I'm making progress anyway. My political show was successful in some metric, I guess. Although, you know, I guess it depends on who you are. But
looking it up, the carbon-14 works for approximately 60,000 years back.
Okay,
right, but they don't use it on
50,000,
anything 60,000 years old though.
Yeah,
that's about as far as back as you can go with it. So.
That's why I was saying that, you know, it'll help you with animals that lived through the last ice age.
Right. Well, so carbon-14, while it will date to up to 60,000 years, they generally don't use it as a primary dating method on anything older than 25,000.
That makes sense.
Because once it decays down, that carbon-14 is all in the background radiation, right?
Yeah.
So once it decays down to a low level, it's harder to have
it becomes less accurate.
Measurement. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like actually, according to this site, it's the University of Chicago. It won't go back further really than 40,000 with it.
Right. Yeah. There's differing numbers on that.
Yeah, I imagine.
Yeah. But I say
it's just a matter of how far, you know, that lab trusts it.
Yeah. So even if you go over 25,000 years, let's say you date to 40,000 years reliably, like if they're doing that, they're using other methods to confirm that date, though. Like it's not, they won't rely solely on carbon-14 for 40,000 years.
Yeah, they usually don't rely solely on the one dating method anyway.
No, because you always want as many data points as you can get.
They want to cross-index it with different methods.
Yeah. So I don't know. Like I know a little bit of science and stuff, and talk.origins has been really helpful. But
one of the ones that they use a lot, one of the arguments the creationists use, is that we use the rocks to date the fossils, and we use the fossils to date the rocks.
Yeah, that's a can't open.
You know, and it's like, no, you know, we
index.
Yeah, but what's the radiation method that they use for the dinosaur bones now?
Usually lead. Well, they'll use potassium argon, lead.
Yeah, potassium argon dating is what I was thinking.
Yeah,
you know, and it's like, they, you know, we use that to date the bones, and then we'll see a bunch of these little seashells that are in the same layer as the bones.
Right, they're right beside it, so
you know, if we go someplace else and we find identical little seashells, we know that layer was about the same age.
Right. You have certain fossils of animals that are only found during a certain time period.
Yeah.
And they're found in conjunction with other things too. And so you use those as an index. So it's not circular because you have a starting point. So you can use that to date not only the layer, but other things you find in the layer. So it gives you both, right?
Yeah. Well, and the biggest problem creationists keep dodging around and will never answer is why have we never found human remains in the same layer with dinosaur bones?
Right.
Yes, let's find that Precambrian in bunny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
Right.
if they were supposed to be like domesticating dinosaurs and using them to pull plows and things, you know, why don't we ever find any evidence of human habitation in those layers?
Yeah. Don't give me that, Sumami. I'm sorry I ran you off talking about your butt hair earlier.
No, she said the side chat their phone was dying.
I know. I'm just giving her shit.
Okay.
I like Sumami.
Oh yeah.
Well,
She's a great
see,
person.
Sumami wouldn't come around my channel for a long time because my co-host and her, well, I don't know if that's why actually, but I know it happened, and there was like this, you know, she never came around. I would see her everywhere else and even talk to her. Me and her were cool as far as I know, but like, you know, so now she does come around and stuff. So I like to joke with Sumami, and we've talked on Gather and stuff a few times. We have fun.
Well, there's a lot of people that I only interact with in side chats on other people's channels. But
Sure.
they don't, you know, they don't come over here just because of the time of day I'm doing it and that.
Yeah,
It's funny. I talk to Jess all day long. Like, I mean, me and her talk on the phone and in Discord and all those things. But when she'll show up in my side chat, I'll see her in every side chat I go to, and she'll say hi, and then I'll never see her again.
Well, we've been going close to 5.5 hours here, so I should wrap this up.
Okay. I will message you about the times.
Yeah. Well, go ahead, Joe, before we go, you know, plug your show.
Oh.
You know, tell us what you're doing, where
Okay.
people can find you.
All right. Well, my name's Joe. I'm the Kentucky Atheist. That's the name of my channel. You can find me anywhere under the Kentucky Atheist on all social media and stuff. I talk a lot about creationist claims and stuff, but mostly my channel is about building a better atheist community for all of us, and activism and those sort of things. I'm working on right now putting together the Ark Encounter protest for 2025, which will be July 6th. And I'm going to be flying in some big names, and we're going to be doing some fundraising coming up, and I'm going to try and get like people who donate at a certain level that want to come to the protest can like have breakfast with like Aaron Ra or whoever, you know, whoever I get to come. I know I can get Aaron to come. I'm going to fly him in, but it's going to be a big thing. So follow me there if you want to hear about that and what we're doing and how we're putting it together. July is going to be a big month for atheist activism.
Yeah,
all I got.
I was at the ARC protest in 2019, and I would love to go again. It's just a matter of if I can afford it. It's rather a long trip for me.
If you can afford it to what, drive?
Yeah.
Well, plan on coming.
Well, driving and having a place to stay when I'm there. So.
Okay. Well, keep the weekend of the 6th open.
Yeah, it's just it's about a 1,000-mile drive for me.
I know. I'll help you. I'll get you here. I've got some backing and resources to help me assist people in that. So plan on doing it, and
okay.
I'll take care of you. I may.
Well, yeah, I can keep the weekend free. I just need to get the funds together.
Yeah. So here, and I'm sorry to prolong this, but so here's the thing. I will have.
Oh.
Thank
you.
Yeah, that's nice of you. Yeah, and we're going to be looking for people that want to help with this stuff. So if you want to get involved in helping with any number of things, stop the stupidity.
Yeah.
Look us up. I'm going to be working, and it's all on the up and up, and even if you do it that way, I mean, just letting me know and working with me through that so I can assist in whatever. But I'll have hotel rooms set aside and everything. So
okay.
And we've got a place to throw a big party, and you can hang with me the whole time if you want, and we'll have a good time.
Well,
Well, I mean, you can hang with whoever you want.
Yeah, no.
I was just
No, I'm trying to think about how the weather is likely to be there in July.
Hot as fuck.
Yeah, it's likely to be hot and humid.
It's likely to be over 100 degrees. There's a good possibility. I will
so while I've been doing other things, sleeping in my van, I don't think I'd be able to sleep in that kind of heat.
Oh, no. I can for sure accommodate you on a place to stay, for sure.
Okay.
I've got that for sure. And even if I had to, Purple, I can put you up with Robin. Like, for sure, we've got that.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. Okay, we'll work that out.
Yeah,
we'll work that out when it comes closer to the time.
And there's the Kentucky Atheist channel for everybody who isn't subscribed.
Okay, thank you, Mage.
What hotels exist there? That's one thing we got plenty of here, hotels.
Well, that was part of why he got, some state tax money to build the thing, because they figured it was going to help the hotels and the hospitality industry around there.
Yep. Now, see, I plan on making a whole weekend event of this, and I'm working with Secular Rarity, who has the 501(c), and they're doing NanoCon the following weekend, and then 2 weeks after that is the Scopes Monkey Trial thing. And so we're going to be working together, putting together all these things. I mean, he's working on those other two mostly. I'm just really doing the Ark Encounter thing. But the people who used to do the Ark Encounter thing I've secured all of their resources, their home to have a party in, anything I need at my disposal to do it. So everything else on top of that is just a matter. I have like tents, fans, a stage, speakers, signage. I have all that. All I need is people to be here and a little bit of help flying in some big guests in order to draw those people here.
Yeah.
But I'll set all that up. There'll be a GoFundMe and all that stuff. It'll all be legit. I may even let Secular Rarity kind of do that part of it, since he has a 501(c), so I can add a little more trust to what I'm doing, because nobody knows me, But I'm going to do a big thing. I'm trying.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
Amber, I'm holding them hostage.
Yeah. I'd love to come out there for the weekend and, go and harass Kent Ham.
Yes, I will help you, Purple. I will make it happen. I give you my word. I will make it happen.
I still have the cardboard protest sign I made for the last one hanging in my front window.
Well, dust that bitch off and bring it with you.
Okay, Mage.
Well, I still have my watch party for tomorrow at midnight. Guess if anybody wants to join my Discord, so you can be kept up on the announcements, we get that. To do.
Hey, Stephanie, we were just doing our sign-offs.
Great.
Okay.
Well, I can sign off then.
Yep.
Well, there's my Discord.
Else, or...
And I hope to get back to doing videos on my gardening channel and maybe my my pop culture media channel at the beginning of the new year.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll have lots of fun with the Discord with the announcements. So.
Good. Okay, Steph, you want to just tell people where they can find you, since we're going to be leaving here?
Sure. You can find me on my channel is at SteffiCath on YouTube, and I haven't done much there recently. I've been in a bit of a turmoil, but been keeping up with the transpositions, which is tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time in the evening, 0 hour Friday, Coordinated Universal Time, UTC. But yeah, we'll be doing that. Carly's back with a whole bunch of stuff on sports. That'll be fun. And we'll just be rounding up the news from a unique uniquely trans perspective. Sometimes good, sometimes bad.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just before you came in, Kentucky Atheist was talking that he is organizing the ARC protest for 2025.
Cool.
So yeah, I'm gonna try to get out there for he said the July 6th he's gonna do it.
Nice.
Yeah, it's we've got the date and we've got the stuff. There's a few things I'm working on, which I started in December purposely, so I knew that I had time because I don't know what I'm doing. But,
yeah. Yeah, I'm quite behind schedule on getting everything organized for the Christmas marathon, just because, unfortunately, life keeps hitting me with shit.
Yeah, 2024 has been just full of shit.
And the Transpositions has done lovely. It's been a great show, and it's grew, and it's a good show. I just want to say that.
You know, maybe folks would like to subscribe to the fucking show.
Yeah,
kind of nice. You know, we have a Patreon and everything. You know, we've got all the stuff, but you know what? Yeah.
I need to get back to doing stuff on Thursdays so I can lead into your show and send everybody there. I don't know if it helps, but I try.
It certainly can't hurt.
After the election, I kind of stopped the political thing for a minute because I didn't have many words that didn't start with F and end with fuck. So,
I think we got to keep those words that begin with F a-flowing, because if we all stop doing stuff, you know what? It's all going to roll over us, and it's going to roll over us faster than you think.
Well,
I'm sorry, but I wish the fuck. I mean, you think you're tired? What do you think I feel?
No.
I mean, I'm listening to Robert Francis Kennedy Jr. going on about fucking.
It's not that I'm tired. It's that sometimes I feel like I'm just, shaking my fist in the air, and I don't want to take credibility away from it, is what I mean.
Besides, the shaking fist is a different channel.
That's true.
Yeah, I've gotten
okay. Anyway, I'm just going to be, organizing the Christmas marathon. That will run from 5 a.m. on Christmas Eve until 5 a.m. on Boxing Day to make sure we cover everywhere in the world.
You'll always be my hero for doing that every year, Purple.
So with that, we will be back here at the same time next week. Thanks everybody for staying with us. Oh, and Ancher's got the link there for the transpositions. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and we can start calling Elon Musk Magataller Musk. That's what I've been referring to him.
So with that, we will bid you all a good evening, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you happen to be. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Later.